my fists!
PlayStation.
Major Sarkana, what's your status?
We've lost a lot of land, out of heavy rounds, but we're still in the fight!
We're coming to you now.
They're plotting something.
What motive do these creatures have to attack this facility?
These are mere drones.
Then what guides them?
A worthy adversary.
You will pay, you rotten carcasses! Eviscerate this abomination! Delta Wing, report.
The spores collapsed the bridge. There's no way through.
Get into assault position by the bridge.
Let us show them some of Ultima's hospitality!
Come forth and be slaughtered!
PlayStation. PlayStation.
Welcome, Hidden One. You have died and been reborn.
We need to find a way to get you inside without being seen. You could bribe the guards to look the other way.
I shall see what flavor best suits me.
Embrace the fear. Quiet it. Find the stillness. And let's go. stage is yours, Basim. We will be watching.
PlayStation.
Don't say his name. He can hear you. He's always listening.
Last night I dreamt that my uncle hung himself in the attic, that we were too late. The house looked different, but it was still called Derceto.
Definitely a weird place. Feels like I've been here before. I just can't think why.
Let's not waste any time, Detective.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go get your uncle, Miss Hartwood.
It transports you into the dark alleyways and into the night.
I mean, it's always trying to create a mystery, right? It's something that's more than just jump scares.
A bit of fighting, demanding puzzles, and a lot of atmosphere.
It maintained some of that weirdness of the old games, but it had like an updated slickness to it that I liked as well.
You haven't seen a little girl by any chance, have you?
I don't think so.
You would have known if you did.
We start our story much like the original. Jeremy Hartwood is haunted by the Dark Man, and he goes to a countryside hospital called Derceto in hope to find some help.
I need to get this letter to my niece. She would understand.
Jeremy sends a disturbing letter to Emily Hartwood, his niece, and it spooks her enough that she hires Detective Edward Carnby to find out what's going on.
Who are you?
Whoa, pardon me, excuse me. My name is Edward Carnby, private investigator. I hope you don't mind we let ourselves inside.
I do mind.
We knew early on that we had a character-driven story, so we needed to find some really good actors to make those characters come to life.
I knew of past iterations of the game. I mean, the video game world is something that I'm very interested in general, the horror game genre specifically.
David has a really strong presence as an actor, and he's able to make the funny moments really funny, but also the dramatic parts really intense.
Why the hell do I wake up hearing that damn voice? I know what it sounds like, but it's not what you think.
He's kind of a gruff detective, and he's like searching for something, and you know, he's hard-boiled, but he's got some humor to him and stuff like that. He's a bit of a trope or a type, and I like that, and I like the world and sort of how he's exploring this insanity amidst all this horror and stuff. I liked all those aspects.
Let me know if you find her. I'll be around.
Emily Hartwood has a closer connection to the plot as she's Jeremy's niece, and therefore also suffers this strange affliction known as the Hartwood curse.
I love the mystery of the game. I love the picture of her. Like, there was so much about it that I was curious of. There's a lot of fear within her and a lot of speculation and curiosity and I guess dread, intrigue. Like there's a lot about her that is kind of on edge. 10 years now. More even since he died. He died a hero.
Jodie's a fantastic actress, and she brings a lot of nuance to Emily as a character, and it really makes us sympathize with her.
Who's in here? Show yourself. yes, there is the kind of scary element, but then she still has to go on a journey and discover different things, and there should still be room to breathe and have a funny moment or a sarcastic moment or a moment of discovery. So it's just trying to really kind of keep all those other beats alive amongst the kind of darkness of it all, I guess, is how I felt anyway.
So we're bringing back both Emily and Edward as the playable characters, and depending on who you play, you will get a different take on the same story. The people at Rosetta will react differently to you depending on who you play. Even the story will be slightly different.
What are you doing sneaking around?
So you should definitely make sure to play the game twice.
What are you doing in my kitchen? Get out!
The way that we reimagined the game was basically looking at the original, and it feels like we've been cultivating a seed that was planted 30 years ago, and it has now grown into something even more dark, even more sinister.
I remember that with the first Alone in the Dark I made in 1992, we were basically doing something that nobody had done before. It was the first time that we could explore a big mansion, fight monsters, and solve difficult puzzles all in real-time 3D.
At the core is a haunted mansion. That's the most important part. It's Derceto, I would say. Feeling that you're trapped inside a kind of small space.
Yeah, I used to say back in the old days that it was another character.
Yeah, for sure.
With all the remakes going on today, you are never sure what you get at the end. I think that Michael and the team at Pieces did a great job preserving the core feeling of the game. They even went further than everything I could expect 30 years ago.
It's really an honor to sort of be a part of the franchise in that sense, because it is such a, again, it can't be overstated. It's so special. It was such a new experience. As a fan of the original, I wanted to bring as much as I could into our version. And they might have a slightly different meaning and different reasons to be there, but if you know the old games, you will find a ton of references.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I remember you, Mr. Conby.
I feel the franchise is in good hands now, and I can't wait to play the full game.
To give you a taste of what the full game will be, we also created a prologue, and it features a character from the game called Grace Saunders, who is a little girl, and you play as her walking around Derceto and trying to post a letter. The prologue is the first glimpse into the atmosphere and the mood, and of course the story of the full game. So if you want to have a look, go and download it right now.
They're so creepy.
Our combat is intense and tough, and you will need to use every bullet you can find. And if you run out of bullets,
I'm out of bullets.
you might need to get in close and hit them with a melee weapon. Or if you're lucky, you can find something to throw. As mentioned before, your job is to find out what happened to Jeremy Hartwood. And to do that, you will need to visit some unexpected places. And to get to those places, you'll need to find clues and solve some interesting puzzles. Depending how much you feel like a detective yourself, you can choose how much you want the game to help you find clues and where to go next.
So the biggest creative focus for me has for a long time been to reach something beyond the mundane, something spiritual. Mike, the director, and I, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what musical direction we wanted to take with this project. And when we finally decided to go for this kind of dark or doom jazz direction, our minds went directly to Jason, who is a master in this genre.
It's a very visual genre of music. The fact that it's inspired from noir films or noir detectives is already a good explanation of why this music fits very well for Alone in the Dark. There's a huge mountain and volcano of reverb with drums and screaming saxophones. To this explosion of hair rising horror and big chaos.
As the players drawn deeper into the game world, they will face off with the sinister presence known as the Dark Man.
The Dark Man isn't real, Jeremy. There's nothing he can do to hurt you.
How do you think any of this is happening? How do you still not trust my words?
Fine. Then let me help.
Don't be foolish. He will bury you next to me in his sunken temple for an eternity.
Real or not, something is definitely corrupting the mind of Jeremy Hartwood. Something very, very dangerous.
Street Fighter VI has learned lessons from the content-bare release of its predecessor and offers a variety of significant features and modes right out of the gate. It's a robust fighting game that is of premier quality, a return to form for the franchise that welcomes both new fighters and seasoned pros. Street Fighter VI splits its content into 3 hubs: Fighting Ground, which most closely emulates the classic Street Fighter experience; Battle Hub, where players can congregate and challenge each other to compete in tournaments; and World Tour, which is a sprawling story mode with an open world and RPG hooks. Each gameplay format centers on the classic Street Fighter style of 2D fighting gameplay, and that excellent core experience is what drives everything. Mechanically, Street Fighter VI doesn't fall far from previous games in the series. You have multiple normal attacks, special attacks, super arts, and movement techniques specifically designed for each of the roster's 18 characters. What distinguishes Street Fighter VI from previous iterations are the core universal mechanics shared by all characters. These universal mechanics are also where much of Street Fighter VI's gameplay depth is. The drive system is Street Fighter VI's new universal battle mechanic, and I'm amazed at how much it adds despite being simple to grasp. By pressing the 2 medium attack buttons, I can parry an attack using drive parry, or with drive rush I can immediately dash forward out of it for a burst of speed that can catch opponents off guard or introduce new combo sequences. Functionally, players that are experienced with Street Fighter 4's focused attack dash cancel or Guilty Gear's Roman cancels will feel right at home. By pressing both heavy attacks, I can initiate a drive impact that can stagger an opponent and leave them open, ensuring that overly defensive players can be opened up. If an opponent is backed into a corner, landing this will make them bounce off the wall, adding a variety of other strategic considerations and opportunities. Drive reversals, meanwhile, allow me to block an attack and counter with a move that, while not very damaging, will help escape tricky spots. And finally, overdrive lets me power up special attacks like the EX system of old. These aren't unlimited, however, as each move uses up part of the drive gauge, just below the health bar, and a fighter can burn out, which slows their movement speed and makes certain offensive and defensive moves inaccessible for a period. The strategic implications of this system cannot be overstated, as these new tools do wonders for the overall fighting. Drive impact in particular can swing the tide of a battle in an instant, as catching an unsuspecting opponent with one will allow you to put a hurting on them. Keeping these tools in front of your mind is key to victory, and luckily it's not an overwhelming amount to recall. One of the major criticisms leveled at Street Fighter V was the rigidity of battles, with some going so far as to call it turn-based. However, these new mechanics make Street Fighter VI feel more fluid. No matter how simple Street Fighter VI can seem, novice players are going to feel some trepidation when stepping into the ring for the first time. The game is ready for you though, as Capcom has implemented a new modern control scheme that makes controlling fighters more like Super Smash Bros. Than a traditional Street Fighter. This gives new players a foundation from which to learn, but that growth does have a ceiling. If you decide to transition to the classic control scheme, players will need to learn the manual input controls that have been used since Street Fighter 2. The easiest place to learn Street Fighter 6, either in modern or classic styles, is in Fighting Ground, which is a traditional Street Fighter experience. This is where you'll find familiar modes like arcade mode, online ranked and casual matches, and offline versus modes. This section's shining feature, however, is its practice area, which houses some of the best in-game tutorials the series has ever had. Practice mode has the classic freeform training mode fans expect, but it also holds full tutorials for the game's core systems, as well as character guides and combo trials for all 18 characters on the roster. These character guides are a deep dive into what makes each fighter tick, as it explains not only their special moves, but also the best situations in which to use them. Fighting Ground also lets you tinker with in-game commentators, one of the more ballyhooed features of Street Fighter 6.
Oh no, whiffs the drive attack.
While hearing Tasty Steve and WWE's Zelina Vega in an official Street Fighter game is super cool, the excitement those commentators generate during an actual tournament isn't ever captured here. Those experiences are fueled by genuine, off-the-cuff reactions to the action on the screen and in the arena, while those same voices sound like they're reading situations from a script here, which of course is exactly what they are doing.
Throws to get around their defense.
If you're looking for a less traditional Street Fighter experience than what's offered in Fighting Ground, it's time to take a world tour. This is a massive story mode with multiple chapters that unfolds across the entire world. The main hub is Metro City of Final Fight fame, and it's stuffed with things to do and references for long-time Capcom fighting fans to find. The rest of the mode is broken up into smaller locations based on stages from the core game. These are one-off locales you'll visit sparingly, so they're not as big as Metro City, but they all still have a charm to them. The story being told in World Tour doesn't live up to the standards set by fighting games like Tekken 7 and Mortal Kombat 11. However, everything happening around the story makes up for it in a big way. World Tour is essentially a Street Fighter RPG, where the fighting mechanics serve as the battle system, and it is very silly fun. Walking through the streets of Metro City, I can challenge virtually anyone I want to a fight. Be they a food truck attendant, an old lady going to the store, or a young troublemaker getting up to no good. With every victory, my avatar gains experience and levels up both their core stats and the fighting styles I'm using at the time. This challenge anyone mechanic is also technically impressive, as it really does let players challenge anyone. The game seamlessly goes from challenging a passerby into a fight, and then returning to the free roam without loading. The stage is whatever we were standing in front of at that moment. There is a noticeable dip in frame rate when fighting in World Tour, and the visual quality of the stages and random fighters is nowhere near as good looking as Ryu fighting Ken on a carefully crafted stage. But I didn't focus on them much, as I was too busy enjoying the silliness of fighting every Metro City denizen that passed me by, or using money to buy a hat that somehow improves my kicking power. Leveling up fighting styles is the other major customization option and growth path. Your avatar's moveset is in your hands, and as you progress through the story of World Tour, you meet the 18 masters of the world, aka the playable roster of Street Fighter characters. After earning their respect through mission completion or even a one-on-one fight, your avatar will be enrolled as a student and given access to that character's moveset. You'll pick a core moveset for normals, but then you can pick and choose which special moves you want your character to use. At one point, my avatar used DJ's Rolling Sobat, Blanca's Blanca Ball, Chun-Li's Spinning Bird Kick, and Ken's Shoryuken. That versatility and ability to create your own fighter down to the moveset is something new for the franchise, and a core part of what makes World Tour fun. Using a fight stick to control the avatar in this mode is rough. The camera controls do not translate to a controller with only one stick, so getting around the city can be cumbersome. The game does offer a solution, though it's not an elegant one. You can activate your fight stick as player 1, and your controller as player 2, and then switch between the two depending on if you're moving around Metro City or fighting someone. While this does mean extra space is needed for two controllers at once, I appreciate the convenience of easily switching every time I want to use it. Your avatar also takes center stage in the Battle Hub, which is the final section of Street Fighter 6's experience. This is basically a middle ground between World Tour and Fighting Ground, where players bring their avatars into a massive dome lined with arcade cabinets. You can sit down at a cabinet and wait for a challenger while training, or you can join a queue of players already seated, the digital equivalent of putting a quarter down on a machine. Street Fighter 6 netcode sings no matter who I'm fighting or, incredibly, which server I'm logged into. I made sure to log into the North America, South America and Asia servers during my review time, and nearly every match I played in all three felt like my opponent was sitting in the room next to me. That's not to say it's perfect, as personal internet connections are also a major factor in performance. But the advent of rollback netcode has been a major boon to the entire fighting game genre, and Street Fighter 6 is the latest beneficiary. I had a couple of matches in the North America region that did have some netcode issues, but my online play experience as a whole has been overwhelmingly positive. Fighting games in the modern age live on through their extra content, and Street Fighter 6 is no exception. Capcom has not only confirmed the first 4 characters coming via downloadable content, but much like Street Fighter 5, the game will feature its own economy complete with multiple currencies. Drive tickets are earned in-game, and fighter coins can be earned in-game or purchased separately. As well as this, there's a battle pass which will offer avatar gear, emotes, and other perks in both a free and premium track. Given how strong the base game is, having more content and being able to play the game in different ways is an exciting prospect. I can't get enough of Street Fighter 6. It's been my last thought when I go to bed and my first thought when I wake up in the morning. It has a beautifully constructed fighting system, but also offers modes that take the game very seriously and, in other cases, not seriously at all. There are some small issues with performance in World Tour, but none of those are enough to derail the overall package. With the releases of new Tekken and Mortal Kombat games, it very much feels like we're in a new golden era for the fighting game genre. Thankfully, Street Fighter 6 steps into the arena looking good and fighting fit.
PlayStation.
That you protected me from the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen?
Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
PlayStation.
Zelda. It's one of Nintendo's most prolific franchises. You got your Mario, and you got your Zelda. Boom! That's a Nintendo. I mean, if you walk up to some rando on the street and ask them, do you know a tingle? They're gonna say yes, because he was on America's Most Wanted last week. But did you know at one point, Zelda was on the brink of failure? This is the story of how The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess saved the Zelda franchise. When Shigeru Miyamoto hit the mean streets of Nintendo back in 1977, he quickly rose to eternal stardom after creating Donkey Kong out of unsold arcade machines of Radar Scope in 1981. Then came the Famicom/NES in the West. With the Japanese release of the Famicom, Miyamoto worked on two games that would come to define Nintendo: Devil World and Excitebike. But afterwards, he would simultaneously work on two little games at the same time. Super Mario Bros. Released in 1985, and The Legend of Zelda released in 1986. Again, he worked on these at the same time, which is insane to me. These two games were mega successes for Nintendo. Super Mario Bros. Sold around 3 million copies within 4 months in Japan alone, and became a system seller and a huge reason the NES succeeded in the West. Meanwhile, The Legend of Zelda sold 1 million units on its first day in Japan alone. And afterwards, these two games would become Nintendo's pair of golden geese, laying critically acclaimed system sellers one after another. In fact, we have a whole video about Zelda's games in our excellently written History of Zelda video by Lucy James. So, fast forward to this. You got your Mario 64. You got your Zelda Ocarina of Time. These two games defined and set the stage for 3D games to come in all of gaming. While Zelda was, back and forth, one of Nintendo's largest properties, Ocarina of Time absolutely blew the other games out of the water as the 4th best-selling game of all time on the N64 with 7.6 million copies sold. We're talking about a game that wasn't only fantastic as one of the few 10 out of 10 meme games of all time, but a trendsetter. Ocarina of Time's lock-on Z targeting is still used to this day. It defined and still continues to define how to handle action in a 3D space. And Majora's Mask, in our opinion, was weird as f***. And seriously, one of my favorite Zelda games. So, the stage and hype was set for Nintendo's next system, the Nintendo GameCube. Everybody, and I mean everybody, was looking forward to what new Mario game was coming and what new Zelda game was coming. Then, Space World 2000. This was what Western consumers were looking for. A brand new, super mature Zelda with ultra realistic graphics.
At least realistic compared to, you know, this.
But the thing is, while Western audiences loved it, EJ Aonuma hated it.
Manly reviews of manly reviews? What are you doing here?
Oh, I have a green screen. Nothing's real.
By the way, Manly did an amazing video on the same topic, and if you haven't seen it, you should. So, AG Aonuma took one look at the sick battle between Link and Ganondorf and said, nah, this isn't Zelda. This isn't Zelda at all.
And instead of this, he gave us this.
There's a long-running perception that this was Miyamoto's favorite version of Link, as he always wanted Zelda to be a cartoon. That's a lie. Miyamoto hated Toon Link. When he had to present the game against his will, he told Aonuma that it wasn't too late to make the graphics realistic.
Regardless of if you think the game's amazing or not, which it was by the way, reception in the West, not so good.
After witnessing the cool, more mature version of the Hero of Time, Western audiences were not stoked when they instead saw this leapfrog version of Link that looked like he belonged in Cocomelon.
This is a disgrace to the Zelda franchise.
I wanted mature and I got 5-year-olds.
Why?
This is
What have they
disgusting.
done?
I have
feel
never
like
seen
stuck
a game
now.
that
Ticks me off that they have to
I
make
think
it so
Nintendo just ruined
kiddie.
the towel.
I just hope this is a cruel joke.
But it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what Nintendo thought. Even though the GameCube itself underperformed, according to Eiji Aonuma, Zelda's numbers were incredibly disappointing in Japan, while the new direction hadn't appealed to as many people in the West, which was now becoming a market Zelda would rely upon. So the team thought about what the issue was, and decided it was innovation. Sure. Okay. Clearly, if they made an innovative Zelda game with a brand new style of gameplay, they'd be able to reel back in Japanese players.
So the solution was clear.
2 motherfucking consoles, baby.
What? That's a terrible idea.
The game was Four Swords Adventures, a follow-up to an offshoot game bundled with The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past GBA port. And all players had to do to play its main multiplayer feature was own a GameCube and 1 Game Boy Advance per player, as each one would serve as a controller. Yeah, it didn't do well. I mean, look, the scores were fine. But in terms of sales, we're talking less than 400,000 copies sold for a Legend of Zelda game. Less than 400,000. Later that year, Capcom released The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap, a more traditional Zelda adventure that sold pretty well at 1.76 million copies, but really not much better than Metroid Fusion, which sold 1.6 million copies. And I'm sure you all know how rarely Metroid games have released since Metroid Fusion and Prime 3. So the question is, was Zelda on the same downward trajectory as Metroid? Pokemon, Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, Mario, and now even sometimes Kirby were starting to outsell Zelda games. Was Zelda no longer Nintendo's golden goose?
So Eiji Aonuma decided to swallow his pride and...
Wind Waker 2, baby.
What? No, not at all. Why would you think that? Eiji Aonuma decided to shake things up. He went back to the realistic graphics from the original GameCube presentation, but on a horse.
Behind the scenes, Aonuma knew they needed to try the more mature-looking Link to relate to an older teen Western demographic, and Miyamoto didn't feel like that was enough of a change for a new Zelda. He told the team they should focus on horseback riding. So, 4 months later, the team had a very basic prototype of horseback riding working and dropped a surprise trailer at E3 2004, which garnered the prior reaction. And it was announced for fall of the following year.
But there was one problem. There was no game. Notice how the trailer has no subtitle. It's just The Legend of Zelda.
So, it was time to hunker down and decide what the hell this game was gonna be. On the positive front, that standing ovation and incredible reaction to the trailer served as a huge motivation for the team as they were excited by the overwhelming response. However, they had to come up with something new. So the team thought about how prior Zelda games had alternate worlds, Light and Dark and Link to the Past, Past and Future and Ocarina, and decided to use this as motivation. What if they took Link as a rabbit from the Dark World and Link to the Past, but made it cool? What if they made Link a motherfucking wolf?
Miyamoto wasn't confident with the direction, or at the very least, he didn't think creating a four-legged creature would work convincingly enough.
Either way, inspired by Minish Cap, which was also then in development, using a similar mechanic with its big and small worlds, Eiji Aonuma and the Zelda team forged forwards. E3 2005 came, a brand new trailer, and they decided on a title, Zelda TP. Toilet paper. But by E3 2005, just months before the planned launch date, Aonuma wasn't happy with the gameplay innovations, and they still needed something major. Sure, fans were waiting 3 hours in line to play it at E3, but to Aonuma, the game wasn't unique or good enough. Luckily, behind the scenes, Nintendo was working on something huge. Something revolutionary. The Nintendo Revolution, later known as the Nintendo Wii, and Miyamoto approached Aonuma about utilizing the new motion controller for Zelda. He thought this would be the perfect innovation to make Twilight Princess stand out and unique from the previous entries. Then, Satoru Iwata wanted to push the game back to ensure it was a masterpiece and told the team to make something that was 120% Zelda. Whatever that means. It was decided to push back Twilight Princess's release date by a year to make the game available for both the Nintendo Wii as a launch title and available for the GameCube at the same time. And the team got to work, incorporating their game into the Nintendo Wii, which they felt would help in the Japanese market especially. First, they used the remote, which could point at the screen, for shooting Link's bow. Next, they made it so Link would swing his sword when players swung the remote. Because most players are right-handed, they flipped the entire game and mirrored it on the Wii, so Link, who's usually left-handed, would be right-handed. And the Nintendo Wii launch came. So, fall 2006, there I was, little Dave waiting outside of my local game store overnight for my copy of a Nintendo Wii and The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. And so too were 3 out of every 4 people waiting in line for a Wii. In fact, 87% of people who purchased the Nintendo Wii at launch also purchased The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. It went on to be so successful that it became the best-selling Zelda title in the series until Breath of the Wild, even outselling Ocarina of Time. Whereas Ocarina of Time sold 7.6 million copies, Twilight Princess sold 8.85 million copies. And for Eiji Aonuma, it was a personal success, as it was the first game he'd ever made that his wife both wanted to play and finished, which she did with their son. Hey Marissa, will you play Twilight Princess with me?
No.
But going back to the sales, you can see just how stark of a contrast Twilight Princess was for the team. While it still didn't sell as well as Mario Kart, Mario, or Smash, it was still the highest selling Zelda game ever, and solidified once again that Zelda was a franchise worth putting the time and money into. It's easy to think Nintendo can do whatever they want, especially with a franchise as popular as Zelda. But I want to take a look at a quote from then president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata. In a conversation with Shigeru Miyamoto and Eiji Aonuma upon finishing Twilight Princess, Satoru Iwata says, and I quote, "Even with all the resources we have here at Nintendo, we could only make something like this once every few years. In fact, it might not be easy to do something like this again, so I really want everyone to have a wonderful time playing this game." But after the success of Twilight Princess, the next major game in the franchise, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, went on to receive a 5-year development time and an irregularly high budget from Nintendo. I don't think Zelda would have completely died if Twilight Princess wasn't successful. But like Metroid, F-Zero, and Pikmin, I do think the trajectory of the series would have changed, and we would have perhaps seen fewer Zeldas, or less time and budget allotted to future games. And who knows, without it, we might have never gotten Skyward Sword as we did, or more importantly, the team may have never gotten the chance and time to make Breath of the Wild. Today, Zelda is bigger than ever, and that's all thanks to The Legend of Zelda Toilet Paper. Thank you so much for watching. Once again, a huge thank you to Manly Reviews for coming on this episode. I highly recommend his own video on Twilight Princess, as I really personally love it, and his presentation style is incredible. I know I'm one of the few people who think this, but I'd actually rather replay Twilight Princess than Ocarina of Time. And look, I know that Twilight Princess is like the same game in a lot of ways, but to me, it's a better Ocarina. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, please go back and check out our episodes on Sonic and Resident Evil 4. And next week, we've got an episode coming up on the Nintendo Switch.
It is time. Time to wake up to a new reality, to a blank canvas that I have painted in with warmth and peace. In my new era, the choice is yours. Whether to live in quiet serenity or bloody strife. To dwell in joyous prosperity or bitter rivalry. You can face each other sworn enemies, or united as brothers. But a storm is brewing, and soon you will discover that even in this new era, one constant remains. There is always something worth fighting for. You have chosen to defy peace. Then you have chosen war with a god.
Silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart. PlayStation.
Lizard sighted in Queens. Closing in now.
Cover the door. The beast could be anywhere.
You have no idea.
Spider-Man! This whole lizard hunt ends now! Leave Connors alone! Raven wants a hunt, I'll give him one he'll never forget!
Hurt the leg off that spike!
He's gonna wish he never came to New York!
Stand by and take orders. Satellite scanning all active feeds. Triangulating position. Target located at Harlem Fish Market. All teams converge.
Lizards across the river. I'm not gonna make it in time. Miles, the hunters tracked Connors to the Harlem Fish Market.
Lizard. I'm on it. Sounds like Craven's checking off his...
We don't have much time. Move.
Guess we'll chat later? Genki, the lizard's loose at the fish market.
Must be sushi night.
You still got the hunter drone you hijacked?
Been really tough hiding it from my mom, but yeah, I'll boot up and see you there.
They got here fast. Can't let him find Connors, or he's done for.
Spread out. If you find the lizard, don't engage alone. Look at those fish. It's been feeding.
Never saw it coming. So, how's the hunt going?
Watch out for his new powers!
Judging by the 3 tons of dead fish, not well. All right. Where are you, Connors? Garage might lead to him. Connors tore through this place. He's out of control. Now. How'd you find me?
Follow the fish. Drone's picking up Lizard's trail.
He's still eating. We can catch him off guard. Genki, get behind me. Just his skin.
Doesn't that mean he's getting bigger?
Hungrier too. Whoa. Hey man. New threats?
The building's swarming with hunters. Any sign of Connors?
Yeah. Genki's tracking him.
Hey, Mr. Parker. Mr. Spider-Man, I mean.
But the date isn't complete.
Okay, I think I got a lock.
Genki, wait! Be chill! That wasn't me.
Me neither.
I don't even have a stomach, so...
Let's go! Go, go, go! Take him alive! Can't lose Connors. Harry's dying, and he's the only one who can help.
We won't! You take the drones, I got the jet skis. Cool if I borrow this?
really, really exciting.
Keep it tight, man. Watch out for those drones.
Don't worry, they think I'm a friendly.
Take him out!
The East River is not a river, but in fact a saltwater tidal flat. Spider-Man is fighting on right now! Everybody down!
Help the tour boat! Right! I've got the metal murder bird! I warned you about going after Connors! Now this is on you! Poison clouds, that all you got?
Almost done here. Civilians are all safe. How you looking?
This gunship won't quit!
I'm right behind you. We'll take it down together.
No time! I got you. Time to go boom, boys!
Oh, no! Spider-Man, it's got defenses! Spider-Man, hang on!
Over there! The one with the tendrils! Move!
Grab on! Let's go! He's right behind you!
I know! Whoa!
Be faster!
Fly faster! I do not want to be lizard food! Got him! Hold on! Look out! Everyone, take cover!
What are you guys doing?
Trying to take out that gunship! Can't get close enough!
But I can. I'm one of them, remember?
Bro, that's it! Pete! Alley-oop on 3!
Time!
1, 2, 3! Alley! Woo!
Got away from us.
It's good, Pete. I saved the tracker. Let's go, man, before he gets too far.
No. He's mine.
You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I.
He's not normally like that, right?
No. He's never like that.
PlayStation.
On wheels! Built to perform better and look cooler. Take racing to new heights. Jump, stunt, crash! Now the fun begins.
I'm trapped here. In this nightmare. I write to escape. Every word is a step forward. Into darkness.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale.
So you knew our victim?
Only the rumors. He was chasing a writer.
Someone knew they were here. Was playing a game with them.
The killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
I've never really considered myself much of a collector, but then one game came along and basically changed all of that. It's a Japanese survival horror game from 1999 for the Sega Dreamcast, and it's called D2, and it's responsible for two things: my obsession with collecting other Japanese cult horror games and learning that retro games in Japan are so damn cheap. Do a search on eBay for D2 and you will see just how expensive that game can go for. The Japanese version, on the other hand, goes for just mere dollars. And it ain't just D2. Whether it's the Clock Tower series, Echo Knight, Illbleed, Enemy Zero, you name it, there's always one consistent thing. The American ones are stupid expensive when the Japanese ones are just ridiculously cheap. The thing is, I became absolutely consumed in trying to understand this ridiculous price gap. And I think there's a few reasons to explain it. And what better way to kick this all off than going to the source. I'm Kurt, and I have never been to Japan. Until today. This was my first time here, and I was completely alone. And while I was here to work, in my downtime, my agenda was simple. Wander aimlessly, eat, and of course, go shopping for video games. And where better to start than Japan's electronic district, Akihabara. Games were everywhere, and I mean like everywhere. There was bins just out in the streets filled with video games. And when I did finally walk into a video game store, it had only been a matter of minutes until I found everything I had been obsessing over. And yes, they were, by American standards, incredibly cheap. Not to mention, a lot of these games were complete in their box and sealed. D2 was right next to Seaman, and oh, there was also a copy of D's Diner on the 3DO sealed, and yes, I bought it. From this experience, just being able to walk into one store after the other and see a multitude of these games. Of course, the first and most obvious speculation was mass production. These games were made for a Japanese audience. They were likely to be more popular in Japan, therefore more copies of them were made than they were in North America, which is a totally reasonable thing to speculate. But there is something else that stood out to me while I was there that wasn't just mass production. The culture of physical media. So considering the amount of shops that I've been in so far, including the bookstore that I just aimlessly wandered into, this store felt like it had thousands of movies, of DVDs to choose from. And when I realized it was rental, something that is basically extinct in the States, it made me start thinking about this entire idea of why games could be cheaper a little differently here. Whether it's consoles toppled on top of each other or endless rows of games and movies, it didn't feel novel or like something to be coveted. They sort of felt meaningless. But not in the way that like they don't matter, but rather just how I'm used to seeing games treated here in the States, which are often like collector's items. In fact, the closest thing or feeling I can relate it to actually is secondhand bookstores. Walking through game stores in Japan is a stark contrast to what it feels like to walk into a game store in America. It felt more like I was rummaging through places like this. It's the same feeling. It's a place filled with hundreds of books, from classics to obscure ones, most of which you can buy for a few bucks. Just books upon books stacked on top of each other, or found in bins on the street. Like games in Japan, the value isn't in what the price tag says, it's what's in the pages. It's what's in the case. Which ties back to exactly what sent me down this rabbit hole in the first place. I didn't want D2 because it was a collector's item or because it was expensive. I wanted it because I have an infatuation with its writer, director, and composer, Kenji Ino. Every game this dude has made is off-kilter and unconventional in its design, and D2 was no exception. It was also his last major game that he wrote, directed, and composed before he died in 2013. On the back of the case of D2, it says, "A terrifying adventure unlike anything ever experienced." And you know what? It is absolutely right. Its pacing is slow and brooding, its horror is brash and intense, and yet the combat is almost arcadey. It is a hodgepodge of ideas. And while it may not work for everyone, it certainly landed with me. Because, like the back of the case says, I will likely never play a game like this from a AAA studio from a major publisher ever again. And it was these experiences that got me excited over the idea of collecting new and weird and wacky things. The value in me owning it was as sort of like a symbol or an ode to an artist that I deeply respected. And in turn, it also inspired me to want to find more games like it that were often older, Japanese, and extremely expensive. And aside from being expensive, all the games I've mentioned have one other specific thing in common. They're apparently like not that good. And you know what? I don't care. Being in Japan for a short time and being able to get that first-hand experience of how easy these games were to track down, it honestly kind of bummed me out. You would think there would be at least one retro game store in San Francisco. They exist just outside of the city, and if I wanted to go to one, I'd have to get in a car and drive for around an hour to get to any of them. And guess what? This guy doesn't have a car. When in comparison, games in Tokyo just seem to be culturally infused. Nearly anywhere I wandered in the city, it didn't take long to just find a store that sold games. It really gave me a chance to see just how differently games seem to be viewed here, because that's what has sunk in. In the States, games are treated like baseball cards, like collectibles, like flipped sneakers. And I mean that literally. There's a flea market I go to every single month, and without fail, there are always vendors selling all of those things every single time I go. In some cases, the sellers didn't entirely know the value of what they were selling. They just knew that games were valuable. And that's where I keep coming back to this juxtaposition. The games found at flea markets and these vacant parking lots that are just astronomically expensive by my standards, versus the games I found on the streets of Tokyo that look like they've been kicked around and for a fraction of the price. And specifically, I'm kind of referring to that sun-bleached copy of Super Mario 64, something that can be bought by someone for just a few bucks and cherished, the same exact way I cherish some of my favorite books that look like they've been ran over and kicked down the street 600 times. Both of which, the game and the books I'm referring to, have probably been played or read, sold, and rebought a dozen times. Now, putting cultural reasons aside, why we're in the situation we're in concerning the prices of games really stems from the game grading bubble that inflated in 2021 when Wata Games, a grading company, sold a copy of Super Mario Bros. For $2 million. And when that happened, despite game grading being a whole beast in of itself, The public eye saw a headline that saw a game that sold for $2 million, and therefore the general public view of games was that they were valuable, that they were expensive, alongside comic books and Beanie Babies and coins or whatever else people decide to collect. Which is how we end up with people selling boxed Sega Saturns at flea markets for $600. When in comparison, when I was in Japan, every single game store I walked into had walls made of consoles for sale that were at affordable prices. I'm pretty sure I saw like a Dreamcast for like $40. Also, it was only days before I started searching to purchase D2. Which means that Super Mario Brothers copy sold, and then I just was like, I just want my weird little game, and that's of course when the price skyrocketed. And a good way to actually like visually see how all this happened is a site called pricecharting.com, which accumulates all of the sold versions of a game, and then you can actually see the actual chart of when these games skyrocketed in price in 2021. All that being set aside, it's not like I'm trying to say it's worth going to Japan just because games are so much cheaper to buy. Instead, this whole thing gave me the opportunity to reflect on my relationship with collecting and why I even collect in the first place. For every single person, there's going to be a very specific, likely intimate reason as to why they collect the things they collect. That could be for nostalgia, that could be for preserving the medium, it could even be a sign of their identity, how they even represent themselves as a person. In my case, I collect a lot of things I collect either to honor a specific artist because that thing had some sort of influence on who I am, or, I just like to preserve those lost gems that I think are culturally interesting, even though, they're not considered great games, but that's just me. If there's one thing I can at least confirm is that Japan just does not have a retro gaming bubble like the one we do. But all of this, that's just my perspective. You let me know what you think.
Mornstead has fallen, its great army decimated by the legions of Adir, the demon god. But one light still flickers in the ever-growing gloom, the light of the Dark Crusader.
The radiance of Mornstead withers. Adir's darkness threatens to desolate our world. Ascend to Aureus, my child. As his holy redeemer.
In light we walk. In light we walk.
Burn their very souls to ash.
Your flesh has been made sacrosanct with the mark of the Dark Crusaders.
I am a man who walks alone, and when I'm walking a dark road, at night or strolling through the park.
Great potential dwells within you, doubtless, for you to be chosen thusly.
Fear of the dark. Fear of the dark. Someone's always there.
Prove yourself worthy of this gift.
By your
radiance grant me the strength to continue to endure these dark days.
Relinquish the lamp, and your suffering ends.
Another unfortunate made a slave to unceasing hunger. I pity you.
Reignite the blessed beacons of Mornstead and thwart Adir's cataclysmic resurrection.
The blind march is on. These people live with a knife to their throats.
You have to believe us! We'd help you if we could!
But you're helping us already.
We never asked to be saved! Did you think we'd thank you? They'll never forgive us! We're all marked now!
Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer!
So, Geoff, you'd better hope so.
Crystals take more than they give.
You mean to tell me that the mother crystals are the reason the world is dying?
To hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. Are you with me? You will pay for what you've done!
Why aren't you dead? You are what branded!
Tell me true. Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
I was forced to kill. You do it by choice.
They don't believe in me. They believe in the powers that dominant.
You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
And thus is the light of hope severed.
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Who are we? What are the dominants? We are but mighty acts of God.
Enough of this. I use my talents to my advantage, and you would tell me there is shame in that?
We shared a dream! I would be the king of the world!
The darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive.
I have to stop him! I have to save them!
I made a promise to my friends, and it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign. Your efforts will avail us naught. We fight, we survive, we endure. We don't need a reason.
Fly!
Fly, fly,
Fly!
It's sometimes difficult to reconcile that Diablo 3 is over a decade old. Its release was polarizing for a number of reasons, but its evolving formula of action role-playing endured, enjoying a resurgence with its post-launch expansion that carried through years of ongoing seasonal updates. It shouldn't come as a surprise then that each of those years helped inform the design of Diablo 4, a game which confidently delivers gameplay that has been carried forward and refined from Diablo 2 and 3, while also establishing a strong foundation for the franchise's future. Diablo games have always contained stories for their single-player campaigns, but you'd be forgiven for thinking of past storylines as merely contextualization for the game's primary focus. dungeon crawling. That's where Diablo 4 makes one of its most striking changes. It not only takes its story far more seriously, but it tells one that's far more engrossing than ever before. As a traveling wanderer, you come across a small town of villagers on a snow-capped mountain range looking for some aid. After killing some creatures and returning, you're welcomed as a hero and given food and shelter, only for the villagers to try and use you in a ritual sacrifice to Lilith, co-creator of Sanctuary and recently resurrected antagonist of this tale. This encounter links you to Lilith, driving you forward on a quest to stop her plan of amassing an army for her own nefarious purposes.
By mother's blood, by mother's body, so shall you witness her glory before you die.
Much of that sounds like standard Diablo fare. There's a big bad demon and you're the only one who can stop it. But Diablo 4 makes intelligent use of Lilith, layering her motivation slowly to the point where you can't help but consider her side of the argument. She's not driven solely by a lust for destruction. Instead, she's grieving, with the place she once created to escape the endless cycle of war between heaven and hell now being used as a staging ground to continue it. She's an antagonist that has been slighted by those she trusted at every turn, and while her means of exacting justice provide the reason for your entire crusade in the first place, it's surprising and equally welcome when Diablo 4 forces you to slow down and consider the true goal of your struggle.
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary.
The trope of the sole survivor has been tried and tested in Diablo for years, and Diablo 4 doesn't completely change that. Instead, it puts a much larger emphasis on companions than ever before, with most acts centered around a new party member rather than a demon you're eventually hunting down. An early standout is Vigo, a prideful knight who is forced to endure a conscience-ruining loss after a single, selfish action. It's not just Vigo's remorse that is heart-wrenchingly conveyed, but also the horrors of his eventual redemption, leading to one of the more powerful character moments in the entire game. Vigo's story is a teaser for many similar arcs that follow, all of which do a great job of providing a cause for your character to join your fight while also contextualizing their motivations to continue or abstain from the enduring conflict. This applies to most of the allies you recruit in your fight against Lilith, each of which has their own motivations that feel faithful to their respective journeys. It's a level of care I can't recall being given to many past Diablo companions, and Diablo 4 certainly makes far more liberal use of them through the campaign to make them feel purposeful. Bringing together this ragtag group takes place over Diablo 4's extensive 6 acts, some of which you can tackle in different orders. Previous Diablo titles had each act accompanied by a change in locale, but in Diablo 4 it only takes a few moments before you're given free rein to explore its intimidatingly large interconnected map. Here you can transition from frigid mountaintops to desolate deserts in just a matter of minutes, with the transitional areas doing a good job of masking an otherwise jarring change. Having a static layout that you can learn and get comfortable with imbues exploration with a greater sense of wonder than previous hubs, which were often filled with enemies to kill before diving into the next dungeon. The geography also gives towns and larger cities a sense of place on a bigger map. Each distinct area is shown off with a great amount of visual detail, with Diablo 4 incorporating a delightfully macabre style that is befitting of its violent story. It's not trying to overly correct some of the criticisms laid on Diablo 3 either, with pops of colour used tastefully to highlight areas of hope and kinship that contrast against the broader strokes of dread and fear painting the rest of the landscape. Things don't always hold up when the camera zooms in to give conversations a cinematic feel, as a degradation in detail on character models and environments is a little more discernible. Regardless, it's still a striking presentation that looks incredible in motion, while also keeping information clear enough to read when fights get chaotic. The moment-to-moment action in Diablo 4 is one of its strongest traits, which is for the best given how genre-defining the series has been over the years. There's an argument to be made that Diablo 3 went too far in the direction of simplification, and that's exactly where Diablo 4 course corrects in smart ways. You're still limited to a total of 6 active abilities at a time, 4 on your hotbar and 2 on each mouse button for those on PC, but how you construct your build is no longer linear. Instead, each new level lets you invest a point in a branching skill tree, with each of its core nodes branching further out into new abilities and associated passive perks. You need to invest a certain number of total points to continue unlocking each of these nodes, so you will have to think carefully about abilities and how they serve your greater build. It's a system that allows for a lot of flexibility, letting you experiment with focusing on one specific ability as the foundation of your build, or dabbling with ways to combine 2 entirely different paths, such as empowering your summoned skeletons while also firing off loads of blood-infused magic as a necromancer. Experimentation is further encouraged by Diablo 4's low cost to respec and unlimited chances to do so. Unlike the more punishing approach in Diablo 2, you can completely redefine your build at any time for a small fee of in-game gold, approaching your skill tree with a different idea or mindset, or just making some small changes to adjust for a difficult fight. This freedom is empowering in a similar way to that of Diablo 3's fluid build system, but it still requires you to engage meaningfully with synergies to make your builds viable. It feels like the culmination of all the ways previous games in the series have allowed you to play, while catering to as many playstyles as possible, but without many of the critical compromises from the last time out. The cost for respec does naturally increase the higher your level, but it never got to a point where I felt it was too expensive in relation to the amount of gold I was earning at the time. Thanks to this system, I felt free to continually change up my approach to my necromancer. I started with a combination of skeleton summoning, shadow damaging attacks, and some blood spells for survivability. The necromancer's unique ability lets me either summon minions from corpses or sacrifice the ability entirely for passive advantages, which led me to realize that I could theoretically play a necromancer entirely as a pseudo mage with blood and bone abilities. After some taxing boss battles, I decided to go all in on a summoning build that accentuated the abilities of my skeleton soldiers, mages, and large hulking golem, each of which had 3 different variations I could combine to find the perfect synergy. It was consistently satisfying to find a build that worked for a couple of hours and then completely change it, either through necessity or curiosity. Seeing small decisions manifest as big changes in terms of overall viability gives me faith that each class is going to be picked apart for various approaches that maximize elements of different playstyles. While the skill tree is where you will ultimately establish the basis of your build, aspects of power are a new facet of the role-playing formula that allows you to hone it. These collectible skills, so to speak, can be combined with rare pieces of gear to turn them into custom legendary items, imbued with the exact ability that complements the build you're constructing. This alleviates some of the headaches associated with grinding out dungeons in the hopes of a particularly legendary piece of gear dropping, while also providing a new avenue of options for build construction. That isn't to say it diminishes the rush of a big legendary drop though. Legendary weapons can often feature the same abilities as aspects do, but will regularly have better percentage rolls on their effectiveness, making them the ideal path to the most optimal late game build still. Aspects of power are obtained by clearing the many dungeons sprawled around the map, each of which feature their own multi-stage objective to complete. Some are as simple as killing enemies and depositing their souls to progress further, while others require you to hunt down a specific foe in search of a key that lets you reach lower levels of the dungeon. Each of these concludes with a boss fight, which for the most part are less interesting than those found in the main story dungeons. Bosses throughout the story are multi-layered bouts, with shifting enemy attacks that can completely change the landscape you're fighting in, forcing you to consistently think about positioning and when the best moment for an attack is. Bosses in these more common dungeons lack that sense of complexity, and I often found my skeleton warriors completely overwhelming many of them, to the point where many of the bosses would just stand in place and attack until dead. Given the sheer number of dungeons on offer, it might not have been possible to retain the same level of tension across every boss encounter, but when you're bouncing between several of these as you grab aspects of power throughout your campaign, it's difficult not to notice the stark contrast in quality between the two. As with any Diablo title, Diablo 4 is nowhere near complete once you've rolled credits on the campaign. World tiers return to incentivize you to go through everything again with a higher degree of difficulty, but also more rewards to reap. It's welcome that Diablo 4 retains the option that allows you to jump into more challenging world tiers from the very start this time, preventing a potentially frustrating first playthrough devoid of any meaningful challenge. Outside of increasing world tier, the map becomes littered with additional side activities that join regular side quests, rotating open world dynamic quests similar to the patrols in Destiny 2, and strongholds. Strongholds are extremely hostile areas that are densely populated with enemies usually a level or two higher than you, providing a larger challenge to overcome than regular groups of foes around the open world. Minor objectives also make this feel like a smaller scale open air dungeon, with new waypoints and merchants usually unlocked once you've rid the area of the threat.
You will never harm another soul.
Larger scale world boss fights that are best tackled with numerous other players you will find in the open world are also available, although no multiplayer features were available during the review period. Finally, Whispers of the Dead encapsulate time bounties that pop up throughout the world, with each one rewarding you with an additional currency that can be turned in for caches of gems, weapons, and more. Nightmare sigils, which can be obtained through completing Whispers of the Dead quests, can be used to unlock additional nightmare dungeons. These add new modifiers to existing dungeons around the map that can do anything from change the type of enemies you encounter to rolling new random abilities they might have at their disposal, with the allure of even rarer loot drops enticing you to run them over and over again. There is a familiar but equally expansive framework in place already in Diablo 4 that should satiate you across multiple playthroughs, with plans already detailed by Blizzard to expand on this through seasons of new content similar to that of Diablo 3.
Now, our true work begins.
Diablo 4 at this time cannot escape comparison to the past of the franchise it belongs to, but it's thankfully a game that has been crafted with a strong awareness of what made each one either revered or reviled. It represents a measured approach to combining the many elements from previous entries that worked into a system that feels like the new standard bearer for action role-playing. Coupled with a new benchmark for storytelling in the franchise and a solid narrative foundation for any potential new adventures, it's easy to see Diablo 4 as something I'll regularly check out for a long time to come.
It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
Ready for the next battle! Tekken 8! New challenger! Brian Fury!
Let you taste the power of my fists! Major Sarkana, what's your status?
We've lost a lot of land out of heavy rounds, but we're still in the fight!
We're coming to you now.
They're plotting something.
What motive do these creatures have to attack this facility?
These are mere drones.
Then what guides them?
A worthy adversary.
You will pay, you rotten cowards! Eviscerate this abomination! Delta Wing, report.
The spores collapsed the bridge. There's no way through.
Get into assault position by the bridge.
Let us show them some of Ultima's hospitality!
Come forth and be slaughtered!
Welcome, Hidden One. You have died and been reborn.
We need to find a way to get you inside without being seen. You could bribe the guards to look the other way.
I shall see what flavor best suits me.
Embrace the fear. Quiet it. Find a stillness. And let's go. The stage is yours, Spasm. We will be watching.
PlayStation.
Don't say his name. He can hear you. He's always listening.
Last night I dreamt that my uncle hung himself in the attic, that we were too late. The house looked different, but it was still called Derceto.
Definitely a weird place. Feels like I've been here before. I just can't think why.
Let's not waste any time, Detective.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go get your uncle, Miss Hartwood.
It transports you into the dark alleyways and into the night.
I mean, it's always trying to create a mystery, right? It's something that's more than just jump scares.
A bit of fighting, demanding puzzles, and a lot of atmosphere.
It maintained some of that weirdness of the old games, but it had like an updated slickness to it that I liked as well.
You haven't seen a little girl by any chance, have you?
I don't think so.
You would have known if you did.
We start our story much like the original. Jeremy Hartwood is haunted by the Dark Man, and he goes to a countryside hospital called Derceto in hope to find some help.
I need to get this letter to my niece. She would understand.
Jeremy sends a disturbing letter to Emily Hartwood, his niece, and it spooks her enough that she hires Detective Edward Carnby to find out what's going on.
Who are you?
Whoa, pardon me, excuse me. My name is Edward Carnby, private investigator. I hope you don't mind we let ourselves inside.
I do mind.
We knew early on that we had a character-driven story, so we needed to find some really good actors to make those characters come to life.
I knew of past iterations of the game. I mean, the video game world is something that I'm very interested in general, the horror game genre specifically.
David has a really strong presence as an actor, and he's able to make the funny moments really funny, but also the dramatic parts really intense.
Why the hell do I wake up hearing that damn voice? I know what it sounds like, but it's not what you think.
He's kind of a gruff detective, and he's like searching for something, and You know, he's hard-boiled, but he's got some humor to him and stuff like that. He's a bit of a trope or a type. And I like that, and I like the world and sort of how he's exploring this insanity amidst all this horror and stuff. I liked all those aspects.
Let me know if you find her. I'll be around.
Emily Hartwood has a closer connection to the plot, as she's Jeremy's niece, and therefore also suffers this strange affliction known as the Hartwood curse.
I love the mystery of the game. I love the picture of her. Like, there was so much about it that I was curious of. There's a lot of fear within her and a lot of speculation and curiosity and I guess dread, intrigue. Like, there's a lot about her that is kind of on edge. 10 years now. More even since he died. He died a hero.
Jodie's a fantastic actress, and she brings a lot of nuance to Emily as a character, and it really makes us sympathize with her.
Who's in here? Show yourself. Yes, there is the kind of scary element, but then she still has to go on a journey and discover different things, and there should still be room to breathe and have a funny moment or a sarcastic moment or a moment of discovery. So it's just trying to really kind of keep all those other beats alive amongst the kind of darkness of it all, I guess, is how I felt anyway.
So we're bringing back both Emily and Edward as the playable characters, and depending on who you play, you will get a different take on the same story. The people at Rosetta will react differently to you depending on who you play. Even the story will be slightly different.
What are you doing sneaking around?
So you should definitely make sure to play the game twice.
What are you doing in my kitchen? Get out!
The way that we reimagined the game was basically looking at the original, and it feels like we've been cultivating a seed that was planted 30 years ago, and it has now grown into something even more dark, even more sinister.
I remember that with the first Alone in the Dark I made in 1992, we were basically doing something that nobody had done before. It was the first time that we could explore a big mansion, fight monsters, and solve difficult puzzles all in real-time 3D.
At the core is a haunted mansion. That's the most important part. It's Derceto, I would say. Feeling that you're trapped inside a kind of small space.
Yeah, I used to say back in the old days that it was another character.
Yeah, for sure.
With all the remakes going on today, you are never sure what you get at the end. I think that Michael and the team at Pieces did a great job preserving the core feeling of the game. They even went further than everything I could expect 30 years ago.
It's really an honor to sort of be a part of the franchise in that sense, because it is such a, again, it can't be overstated. It's so special. It was such a new experience. As a fan of the original, I wanted to bring as much as I could into our version. And they might have a slightly different meaning and different reasons to be there, but if you know the old games, you will find a ton of references.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I remember you, Mr. Conby.
I feel the franchise is in good hands now, and I can't wait to play the full game.
To give you a taste of what the full game will be, we also created a prologue, and it features a character from the game called Grace Saunders, who is a little girl, and you play as her walking around Derceto and trying to post a letter. The prologue is the first glimpse into the atmosphere and the mood, and of course the story of the full game. So if you want to have a look, go and download it right now.
They're so creepy.
Our combat is intense and tough, and you will need to use every bullet you can find. And if you run out of bullets,
I'm out of bullets!
you might need to get in close and hit them with a melee weapon. Or if you're lucky, you can find something to throw. As mentioned before, your job is to find out what happened to Jeremy Hartwood. And to do that, you will need to visit some unexpected places. And to get to those places, you will need to find clues and solve some interesting puzzles. Depending how much you feel like a detective yourself, you can choose how much you want the game to help you find clues and where to go next.
So the biggest creative...
Around Rossetto and trying to post a letter. The prologue is the first glimpse into the atmosphere and the mood, and of course the story of the full game. So if you want to have a look, go and download it right now.
They're so creepy.
Our combat is intense and tough, and you will need to use every bullet you can find. And if you run out of bullets,
I'm out of bullets!
you might need to get in close and hit them with a melee weapon. Or if you're lucky, you can find something to throw. As mentioned before, your job is to find out what happened to Jeremy Hartwood. And to do that, you will need to visit some unexpected places. And to get to those places, you will need to find clues and solve some interesting puzzles. Depending how much you feel like a detective yourself, you can choose how much you want the game to help you find clues and where to go next.
So the biggest creative focus for me has for a long time been to reach something beyond the mundane, something spiritual. Mike, the director, and I, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what musical direction we wanted to take with this project. And when we finally decided to go for this kind of dark or doom jazz direction, our minds went directly to Jason, who is a master in this genre.
It's a very visual genre of music. The fact that it's inspired from noir films or noir detectives is already a good explanation of why this music fits very well for Alone in the Dark. There's a huge mountain and volcano of reverb with drums and screaming saxophones. To this explosion of hair rising horror and big chaos.
As the players drawn deeper into the game world, they will face off with the sinister presence known as the Dark Man.
The Dark Man isn't real, Jeremy. There's nothing he can do to hurt you.
How do you think any of this is happening? How do you still not trust my words?
Fine. Then let me help.
Don't be foolish. He will bury you next to me in his sunken temple for an eternity.
Real or not, something is definitely corrupting the mind of Jeremy Hartwood. Something very, very dangerous.
Street Fighter VI has learned lessons from the content-bare release of its predecessor and offers a variety of significant features and modes right out of the gate. It's a robust fighting game that is of premier quality, a return to form for the franchise that welcomes both new fighters and seasoned pros. Street Fighter VI splits its content into 3 hubs: Fighting Ground, which most closely emulates the classic Street Fighter experience; Battle Hub, where players can congregate and challenge each other to compete in tournaments; and World Tour, which is a sprawling story mode with an open world and RPG hooks. Each gameplay format centers on the classic Street Fighter style of 2D fighting gameplay, and that excellent core experience is what drives everything. Mechanically, Street Fighter 6 doesn't fall far from previous games in the series. You have multiple normal attacks, special attacks, super arts, and movement techniques specifically designed for each of the roster's 18 characters. What distinguishes Street Fighter 6 from previous iterations are the core universal mechanics shared by all characters. These universal mechanics are also where much of Street Fighter 6's gameplay depth is. The drive system is Street Fighter 6's new universal battle mechanic, and I'm amazed at how much it adds despite being simple to grasp. By pressing the two medium attack buttons, I can parry an attack using drive parry, or with drive rush I can immediately dash forward out of it for a burst of speed that can catch opponents off guard or introduce new combo sequences. Functionally, players that are experienced with Street Fighter 4's focused attack dash cancel or Guilty Gear's Roman cancels will feel right at home. By pressing both heavy attacks, I can initiate a drive impact that can stagger an opponent and leave them open, ensuring that overly defensive players can be opened up. If an opponent is backed into a corner, landing this will make them bounce off the wall, adding a variety of other strategic considerations and opportunities. Drive reversals, meanwhile, allow me to block an attack and counter with a move that, while not very damaging, will help escape tricky spots. And finally, overdrive lets me power up special attacks like the EX system of old. These aren't unlimited, however, as each move uses up part of the drive gauge, just below the health bar, and a fighter can burn out, which slows their movement speed and makes certain offensive and defensive moves inaccessible for a period. The strategic implications of this system cannot be overstated, as these new tools do wonders for the overall fighting. Drive impact in particular can swing the tide of a battle in an instant, as catching an unsuspecting opponent with one will allow you to put a hurting on them. Keeping these tools in front of your mind is key to victory, and luckily it's not an overwhelming amount to recall. One of the major criticisms leveled at Street Fighter V was the rigidity of battles, with some going so far as to call it turn-based. However, these new mechanics make Street Fighter 6 feel more fluid. No matter how simple Street Fighter 6 can seem, novice players are going to feel some trepidation when stepping into the ring for the first time. The game is ready for you though, as Capcom has implemented a new modern control scheme that makes controlling fighters more like Super Smash Bros. Than a traditional Street Fighter. This gives new players a foundation from which to learn, but that growth does have a ceiling. If you decide to transition to the classic control scheme, players will need to learn the manual input controls that have been used since Street Fighter 2. The easiest place to learn Street Fighter 6, either in modern or classic styles, is in Fighting Ground, which is a traditional Street Fighter experience. This is where you'll find familiar modes like arcade mode, online ranked and casual matches, and offline versus modes. This section's shining feature, however, is its practice area, which houses some of the best in-game tutorials the series has ever had. Practice mode has the classic freeform training mode fans expect, but it also holds full tutorials for the game's core systems, as well as character guides and combo trials for all 18 characters on the roster. These character guides are a deep dive into what makes each fighter tick, as it explains not only their special moves, but also the best situations in which to use them. Fighting Ground also lets you tinker with in-game commentators, one of the more ballyhooed features of Street Fighter 6.
Oh no, whiffs the drive attack.
While hearing Tasty Steve and WWE's Zelina Vega in an official Street Fighter game is super cool, the excitement those commentators generate during an actual tournament isn't ever captured here. Those experiences are fueled by genuine, off-the-cuff reactions to the action on the screen and in the arena, while those same voices sound like they're reading situations from a script here, which of course is exactly what they are doing.
Throws to get around their defense.
If you're looking for a less traditional Street Fighter experience than what's offered in Fighting Ground, it's time to take a world tour. This is a massive story mode with multiple chapters that unfolds across the entire world. The main hub is Metro City of Final Fight fame, and it's stuffed with things to do and references for long-time Capcom fighting fans to find. The rest of the mode is broken up into smaller locations based on stages from the core game. These are one-off locales you'll visit sparingly, so they're not as big as Metro City, but they all still have a charm to them. The story being told in World Tour doesn't live up to the standards set by fighting games like Tekken 7 and Mortal Kombat 11. However, everything happening around the story makes up for it in a big way. World Tour is essentially a Street Fighter RPG, where the fighting mechanics serve as the battle system, and it is very silly fun. Walking through the streets of Metro City, I can challenge virtually anyone I want to a fight, be they a food truck attendant, an old lady going to the store, or a young troublemaker getting up to no good. With every victory, my avatar gains experience and levels up both their core stats and the fighting styles I'm using at the time. This challenge anyone mechanic is also technically impressive, as it really does let players challenge anyone. The game seamlessly goes from challenging a passerby into a fight and then returning to the free roam without loading. The stage is whatever we were standing in front of at that moment. There is a noticeable dip in frame rate when fighting in World Tour, and the visual quality of the stages and random fighters is nowhere near as good looking as Ryu fighting Ken on a carefully crafted stage. But I didn't focus on them much, as I was too busy enjoying the silliness of fighting every Metro City denizen that passed me by, or using money to buy a hat that somehow improves my kicking power. Leveling up fighting styles is the other major customization option and growth path. Your avatar's moveset is in your hands, and as you progress through the story of World Tour, you meet the 18 masters of the world, aka the playable roster of Street Fighter characters. After earning their respect through mission completion or even a one-on-one fight, your avatar will be enrolled as a student and given access to that character's moveset. You'll pick a core moveset for normals, but then you can pick and choose which special moves you want your character to use. At one point, my avatar used DJ's Rolling Sobat, Blanca's Blanca Ball, Chun-Li's Spinning Bird Kick, and Ken's Shoryuken. That versatility and ability to create your own fighter down to the moveset is something new for the franchise and a core part of what makes World Tour fun. Using a fight stick to control the avatar in this mode is rough. The camera controls do not translate to a controller with only one stick, so getting around the city can be cumbersome. The game does offer a solution, though it's not an elegant one. You can activate your fight stick as player 1 and your controller as player 2, and then switch between the two depending on if you're moving around Metro City or fighting someone. While this does mean extra space is needed for two controllers at once, I appreciate the convenience of easily switching every time I want to use it. Your avatar also takes center stage in the Battle Hub, which is the final section of Street Fighter 6's experience. This is basically a middle ground between World Tour and Fighting Ground, where players bring their avatars into a massive dome lined with arcade cabinets. You can sit down at a cabinet and wait for a challenger while training, or you can join a queue of players already seated, the digital equivalent of putting a quarter down on a machine. Street Fighter 6 netcode sings no matter who I'm fighting or, incredibly, which server I'm logged into. I made sure to log into the North America, South America and Asia servers during my review time, and nearly every match I played in all three felt like my opponent was sitting in the room next to me. That's not to say it's perfect, as personal internet connections are also a major factor in performance, but the advent of rollback netcode has been a major boon to the entire fighting game genre, and Street Fighter 6 is the latest beneficiary. I had a couple of matches in the North America region that did have some netcode issues, but my online play experience as a whole has been overwhelmingly positive. Fighting games in the modern age live on through their extra content, and Street Fighter 6 is no exception. Capcom has not only confirmed the first 4 characters coming via downloadable content, but much like Street Fighter 5, the game will feature its own economy complete with multiple currencies. Drive tickets are earned in-game, and fighter coins can be earned in-game or purchased separately. As well as this, there's a Battle Pass, which will offer avatar gear, emotes, and other perks in both a free and premium track. Given how strong the base game is, having more content and being able to play the game in different ways is an exciting prospect. I can't get enough of Street Fighter 6. It's been my last thought when I go to bed and my first thought when I wake up in the morning. It has a beautifully constructed fighting system, but also offers modes that take the game very seriously and, in other cases, not seriously at all. There are some small issues with performance in World Tour, but none of those are enough to derail the overall package. With the releases of new Tekken and Mortal Kombat games, it very much feels like we're in a new golden era for the fighting game genre. Thankfully, Street Fighter 6 steps into the arena looking good and fighting fit.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
PlayStation.
Zelda. It's one of Nintendo's most prolific franchises. You got your Mario, and you got your Zelda. Boom! That's a Nintendo. I mean, if you walk up to some rando on the street and ask them, do you know a tingle? They're gonna say yes, because he was on America's Most Wanted last week. But did you know at one point, Zelda was on the brink of failure? This is the story of how The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess saved the Zelda franchise. When Shigeru Miyamoto hit the mean streets of Nintendo back in 1977, he quickly rose to eternal stardom after creating Donkey Kong out of unsold arcade machines of Radar Scope in 1981. Then came the Famicom/NES in the West. With the Japanese release of the Famicom, Miyamoto worked on two games that would come to define Nintendo: Devil World and Excitebike. But afterwards, he would simultaneously work on two little games at the same time. Super Mario Bros. Released in 1985, and The Legend of Zelda released in 1986. Again, he worked on these at the same time, which is insane to me. These two games were mega successes for Nintendo. Super Mario Bros. Sold around 3 million copies within 4 months in Japan alone, and became a system seller and a huge reason the NES succeeded in the West. Meanwhile, The Legend of Zelda sold 1 million units on its first day in Japan alone. And afterwards, these two games would become Nintendo's pair of golden geese, laying critically acclaimed system sellers one after another. In fact, we have a whole video about Zelda's games in our excellently written History of Zelda video by Lucy James. So, fast forward to this. You got your Mario 64. You got your Zelda Ocarina of Time. These two games defined and set the stage for 3D games to come in all of gaming. While Zelda was, back and forth, one of Nintendo's largest properties, Ocarina of Time absolutely blew the other games out of the water as the fourth best-selling game of all time on the N64 with 7.6 million copies sold. We're talking about a game that wasn't only fantastic as one of the few 10 out of 10 meme games of all time, but a trendsetter. Ocarina of Time's lock-on Z targeting is still used to this day. It defined and still continues to define how to handle action in a 3D space. And Majora's Mask, in our opinion, was weird as f***. And seriously, one of my favorite Zelda games. So, the stage and hype was set for Nintendo's next system, the Nintendo GameCube. Everybody, and I mean everybody, was looking forward to what new Mario game was coming and what new Zelda game was coming. Then, Space World 2000. This was what Western consumers were looking for. A brand new, super mature Zelda with ultra realistic graphics.
At least realistic compared to, you know, this.
But the thing is, while Western audiences loved it, EJ Aonuma hated it.
Manly reviews of manly reviews? What are you doing here?
Oh, I have a green screen. Nothing's real.
By the way, Manly did an amazing video on the same topic, and if you haven't seen it, you should. So, Eiji Aonuma took one look at the sick battle between Link and Ganondorf and said, nah, this isn't Zelda. This isn't Zelda at all.
And instead of this, he gave us this.
There's a long-running perception that this was Miyamoto's favorite version of Link, as he always wanted Zelda to be a cartoon. That's a lie. Miyamoto hated Toon Link. When he had to present the game against his will, he told Aonuma that it wasn't too late to make the graphics realistic.
Regardless of if you think the game's amazing or not, which it was by the way, reception in the West, not so good.
After witnessing the cool, more mature version of the Hero of Time, Western audiences were not stoked when they instead saw this leapfrog version of Link that looked like he belonged in Cocomelon.
This is a disgrace to the Zelda franchise.
I wanted mature and I got 5-year-olds.
Why?
This is disgusting. I have never seen a game
It ticks me off that they have to
I
make
think
it so
Nintendo just ruined
kiddie.
the town.
I just hope this is a cruel joke.
But it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what Nintendo thought. Even though the GameCube itself underperformed, according to Eiji Aonuma, Zelda's numbers were incredibly disappointing in Japan, while the new direction hadn't appealed to as many people in the West, which was now becoming a market Zelda would rely upon. So the team thought about what the issue was, and decided it was innovation. Sure. Okay. Clearly, if they made an innovative Zelda game with a brand new style of gameplay, they'd be able to reel back in Japanese players.
So the solution was clear.
2 motherfucking consoles, baby.
What? That's a terrible idea.
The game was Four Swords Adventures, a follow-up to an offshoot game bundled with The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past GBA port. And all players had to do to play its main multiplayer feature was own a GameCube and 1 Game Boy Advance per player, as each one would serve as a controller. Yeah, it didn't do well. I mean, look, the scores were fine. But in terms of sales, we're talking less than 400,000 copies sold for a Legend of Zelda game. Less than 400,000. Later that year, Capcom released The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap, a more traditional Zelda adventure that sold pretty well at 1.76 million copies, but really not much better than Metroid Fusion, which sold 1.6 million copies. And I'm sure you all know how rarely Metroid games have released since Metroid Fusion and Prime 3. So the question is, was Zelda on the same downward trajectory as Metroid? Pokemon, Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, Mario, and now even sometimes Kirby were starting to outsell Zelda games. Was Zelda no longer Nintendo's golden goose?
So EJ Aonuma decided to swallow his pride and...
Wind Waker 2, baby.
What? No, not at all. Why would you think that? Eiji Aonuma decided to shake things up. He went back to the realistic graphics from the original GameCube presentation, but on a horse.
Behind the scenes, Aonuma knew they needed to try the more mature-looking Link to relate to an older teen Western demographic, and Miyamoto didn't feel like that was enough of a change for a new Zelda. He told the team they should focus on horseback riding. So, 4 months later, the team had a very basic prototype of horseback riding working and dropped a surprise trailer at E3 2004, which garnered the prior reaction. And it was announced for fall of the following year.
But there was one problem. There was no game. Notice how the trailer has no subtitle, it's just The Legend of Zelda.
So, it was time to hunker down and decide what the hell this game was gonna be. On the positive front, that standing ovation and incredible reaction to the trailer served as a huge motivation for the team as they were excited by the overwhelming response. However, they had to come up with something new. So the team thought about how prior Zelda games had alternate worlds, Light and Dark and Link to the Past and Future and Ocarina, and decided to use this as motivation. What if they took Link as a rabbit from the Dark World and Link to the Past, but made it cool? What if they made Link a motherfucking wolf?
Miyamoto wasn't confident with the direction, or at the very least he didn't think creating a four-legged creature would work convincingly enough.
Either way, inspired by Minish Cap, which was also then in development, using a similar mechanic with its big and small worlds, Eiji Aonuma and the Zelda team forged forwards. E3 2005 came, a brand new trailer, and they decided on a title, Zelda TP. Toilet paper. But by E3 2005, just months before the planned launch date, Aonuma wasn't happy with the gameplay innovations, and they still needed something major. Sure, fans were waiting 3 hours in line to play it at E3, but to Aonuma, the game wasn't unique or good enough. Luckily, behind the scenes, Nintendo was working on something huge. Something revolutionary. The Nintendo Revolution, later known as the Nintendo Wii, and Miyamoto approached Aonuma about utilizing the new motion controller for Zelda. He thought this would be the perfect innovation to make Twilight Princess stand out and unique from the previous entries. Then, Satoru Iwata wanted to push the game back to ensure it was a masterpiece and told the team to make something that was 120% Zelda. Whatever that means. It was decided to push back Twilight Princess's release date by a year to make the game available for both the Nintendo Wii as a launch title and available for the GameCube at the same time. And the team got to work, incorporating their game into the Nintendo Wii, which they felt would help in the Japanese market especially. First, they used the remote, which could point at the screen, for shooting Link's bow. Next, they made it so Link would swing his sword when players swung the remote. Because most players are right-handed, they flipped the entire game and mirrored it on the Wii, so Link, who's usually left-handed, would be right-handed. And the Nintendo Wii launch came. So, fall 2006, there I was, little Dave waiting outside of my local game store overnight for my copy of a Nintendo Wii and The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. And so too were 3 out of every 4 people waiting in line for a Wii. In fact, 87% of people who purchased the Nintendo Wii at launch also purchased The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. It went on to be so successful that it became the best-selling Zelda title in the series until Breath of the Wild, even outselling Ocarina of Time. Whereas Ocarina of Time sold 7.6 million copies, Twilight Princess sold 8.85 million copies. And for Eiji Aonuma, it was a personal success, as it was the first game he'd ever made that his wife both wanted to play and finished, which she did with their son. Hey Marissa, will you play Twilight Princess with me?
No.
But going back to the sales, you can see just how stark of a contrast Twilight Princess was for the team. While it still didn't sell as well as Mario Kart, Mario, or Smash, it was still the highest selling Zelda game ever, and solidified once again that Zelda was a franchise worth putting the time and money into. It's easy to think Nintendo can do whatever they want, especially with a franchise as popular as Zelda. But I want to take a look at a quote from then president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata. In a conversation with Shigeru Miyamoto and Eiji Aonuma upon finishing Twilight Princess, Satoru Iwata says, and I quote, "Even with all the resources we have here at Nintendo, we could only make something like this once every few years. In fact, it might not be easy to do something like this again, so I really want everyone to have a wonderful time playing this game." But after the success of Twilight Princess, the next major game in the franchise, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, went on to receive a 5-year development time and an irregularly high budget from Nintendo. I don't think Zelda would have completely died if Twilight Princess wasn't successful. But like Metroid, F-Zero, and Pikmin, I do think the trajectory of this series would have changed, and we would have perhaps seen fewer Zeldas, or less time and budget allotted to future games. And who knows, without it, we might have never gotten Skyward Sword as we did, or more importantly, the team may have never gotten the chance and time to make Breath of the Wild. Today, Zelda is bigger than ever, and that's all thanks to The Legend of Zelda toilet paper. Thank you so much for watching. Once again, a huge thank you to Manly Reviews for coming on this episode. I highly recommend his own video on Twilight Princess, as I really personally love it, and his presentation style is incredible. I know I'm one of the few people who think this, but I'd actually rather replay Twilight Princess than Ocarina of Time. And look, I know that Twilight Princess is like the same game in a lot of ways, but to me, it's a better Ocarina. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, please go back and check out our episodes on Sonic and Resident Evil 4. And next week, we've got an episode coming up on the Nintendo Switch.
It is time. Time to wake up to a new reality. To a blank canvas that I have painted in with warmth and peace. In my new era, the choice is yours. Whether to live in quiet serenity or bloody strife. To dwell in joyous prosperity or bitter rivalry. You can face each other as sworn enemies, or united as brothers. But a storm is brewing, and soon you will discover that even in this new era, one constant remains. There is always something worth fighting for. You have chosen to defy peace. Then you have chosen war with a god.
through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart.
PlayStation.
Lizard sighted in Queens. Closing in now.
Cover the door. The beast could be anywhere.
You have no idea.
Spider-Man! This whole lizard hunt ends now! Leave Connors alone! Craven wants a hunt? I'll give him one he'll never forget!
Hurt the leg of that spider!
He's gonna wish he never came to New York!
Stand by and take orders. Satellite scanning all active feeds. Triangulating position. Target located at Harlem Fish Market. All teams converge.
Lizards across the river. I'm not gonna make it in time. Miles, the hunters tracked Connors to the Harlem Fish Market.
Lizard. I'm on it. Sounds like Craven's checking off his...
We don't have much time. Move.
Guess we'll chat later? Genki, the lizard's loose at the fish market.
Must be sushi night.
You still got the hunter drone you hijacked?
Been really tough hiding it from my mom, but yeah, I'll boot up and see you there.
They got here fast. Can't let him find Connors, or he's done for.
Spread out. If you find the lizard, don't engage alone. Look at those fish. It's been feeding.
Never saw it coming. So, how's the hunt going?
Watch out for his loophole!
Judging by the 3 tons of dead fish, not well. All right. Where are you, Connors? Garage might lead to him. Connors tore through this place. He's out of control. Now. How'd you find me?
Follow the fish.
drone's picking up Lizard's trail.
He's still eating. We can catch him off guard. Genki, get behind me. It's just his skin.
Doesn't that mean he's getting bigger?
Hungrier too.
Hello everyone and welcome to GameSpot's pre-show for Summer Game Fest 2023. I'm Lucy James and joining me, Kurt and Davina.
Greetings, hello, hi.
And what was that?
It's Summer Game Fest, baby.
Summer Game Fest.
Yeah, I died a little
I
bit
refuse.
inside. No, it's game. Every time someone says Summer Games Fest, I'm like...
I feel bad.
It is, but it makes me think there's only one game that
What is that one game?
everyone is celebrating.
It is the game
of life.
Of Key 3.
It is. It is. The Game Fest is a long game that Keighley is playing with the ESA.
Yes.
In like taking them over, becoming. He's like the symbiote takes over Eddie Brock.
It really is the long game.
Yeah.
It's just like.
That's the game that we're playing here. We're all players in this game. I respect it.
Singular game.
Well, we've wrote,
during the summer.
Yeah.
We've wrote that intro as far as I can possibly take it. So today's showcase, about 2 hours worth of stuff, back-to-back reveals, some hopeful world premieres.
World premiere.
More than one game.
More than one game. Allegedly, Keighley says we've got 3 to 4 things that are going to be pretty big for this audience. And actually,
as in physically big on stage?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's actually happening.
It is actually happening at the YouTube
Theater.
Theater.
Yeah.
About 3,000 people in the audience, allegedly. We are doing it from here in our lovely little LA
There are, of
studio.
course, 3,000 people watching us too.
Yes.
Hello to the audience.
Yes.
Hi.
Only
Live
all
audience.
the YouTube theater people are sitting in their seats.
Just watching our pre-show.
us before.
I was talking about physically. There's 3,000 people.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh
being
yes, look at that
Very
guy.
quiet.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
They're being polite.
But let's talk about what we can expect to see today, and maybe some wishful thinking about what we hope we can see. Let's kick off with the thing that I think Geoff has been teasing the most, which is the gameplay reveal of Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah. Specifically, Ed Boon's revealing it.
So I am not completely up to date on my Mortal Kombat lore.
The lore is a lot.
Here we are.
So we just had Mortal Kombat 11 a couple years ago. Now this is Mortal Kombat 1.
Spoilers for Mortal Kombat 11.
You've been warned.
Liu Kang is basically a god now. Okay? So he has the ability to reset universes.
Right.
He had it. And in his Brave New World, this is the first Mortal Kombat that takes place. So he's recreated the world. I believe that's the case right now. I'm trying to avoid spoilers because apparently I care about Mortal Kombat fiction way more than I realized.
I mean, the stories of those games are.
They're banging.
Really
that's what I hope that we get to see a healthy amount of. We got a decent amount of it in the original reveal trailer, which is good. Like we get to see like Shang Tsung is back and he's up to no good. It feels very much like a reboot of the franchise, and it is like they're rebooting it within the fiction of the game itself, which is a very much a Realm Reborn type approach to it. So Liu Kang is there. He's kind of remade the world, and he's given. It seems like he's given everyone an element of free reign and control over their destiny. So I think the whole thing is going to be like, how does the Mortal Kombat sides, the lines get drawn a second or third, whatever maybe time is. Is Kung Lao still a good guy when the crap hits the fan? Is, Shang Tsung really a bad guy again? So it's a really interesting way to kind of remix stuff that we know and play with nostalgia, but also have it happen with the modern age of Mortal Kombat, where the characters are the ones that we know. The tricky thing is the story up until this point has involved going back to old Mortal Kombat games. So we've got like old versions of new characters existing alongside these new versions of old. It's going to be wild, which is typical Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna say, like, because when it was revealed as Mortal Kombat 1, people were like, "What is going on?
What is the deal with Mortal Kombat?"
But I mean, if you had played Mortal Kombat 11, it's like the only direction they could have gone story-wise.
Yeah.
And I know, like, people may be playing it solely as a fighting game rather than a story-driven game. But like, I think I have opinions about it as a fighting game.
Oh yeah.
But as a story fighting game, it's great.
Yeah.
And like the 11 was like a time traveling, like that the entire, the basis of that game and its DLC was about time travel. So it only makes sense to restart. And I also think it's at a good point to restart, going back on nostalgia, maybe. Also, the movie just came out.
I enjoyed that.
Big hit.
Just came out? It came out a while ago.
Look.
Yeah. Time is a flat circle, as Lucan can tell you.
Look, okay.
There is another one in production, obviously, with Carl Urban to be playing Johnny Cage and that kind of stuff. So, Mortal Kombat.
Which is the asinine. He just didn't have him play Kano or whatever.
Yeah, I guess so. Kano would make sense given his origin, but I also kind of like him as
New Zealand.
Yeah. I mean, Kano's vaguely Australian.
I guess I don't remember who they actually got.
So they can like double up on that. But I think he would have been good as he's good in pretty much as anyone.
Phenomenal.
He could be Cabal.
Just have him play Dread.
Yeah.
I mean, Dread sequel.
Yeah.
So you think it's going to be gameplay trailer and stuff today?
I think it's going to be gameplay focused.
You said like more story stuff. Keighley said that Boone is going to blow the roof off the YouTube theater. I'm thinking we're going to get...
Uppercutting their heads off.
Yeah, I think we can get some fatalities for sure. I think we're going to get...
I think that
trailer.
I feel like at this point, if you're showing off a Mortal Kombat trailer and presenting it as it's going to blow the roof off the kind of it's going to be incredible, just like gameplay, story, and brutal fatalities isn't enough to be like, this is going to be a big deal, because that's always what Mortal Kombat has been. I think the thing that is going to blow the roof off, the event and the venue is guest character announcements. I feel like
we've already had some leaks.
Yeah, so we've had some leaks. I think there has to be some X factor that we don't know about. And I imagine if there's anything that I had to put my money on, it's an unexpected guest character that people are surprised to see that really sticks with, is what Geoff and Ed might be hinging on. Of course, it could be just like, oh my god, look how brutally this person is being eviscerated by, Scorpion or something.
I mean,
like that.
yeah, I guess to blow the roof off, you are right, because it's an expectation that we're just going to see violence and fatalities and gameplay. Also, the game's coming out this year, correct?
Yep.
Whack-a-woo.
Wow, maybe you shouldn't play it.
Whack-a-woo, wow.
Wowzers.
Wowzers, gee willikers.
This is bloody.
That's violent. I have no idea what the big Boone could be for today. So
Ed Boon in the game. That'll be it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, isn't he his character like the
Noob Saibot?
No, Noob.
I literally just said noob.
I thought you said, you said noob cyborg. Sorry, I just heard cyborg. Okay, my apologies. Yeah, no, what are you talking about? Just noob. Okay.
I'm going to move us along from Mortal Kombat because there are a bunch of other games that we know are going to be in the showcase today, including Lies of P, which you played a big chunk of at GDC earlier this year. What were your impressions of it? What do you think we're going to see today?
I think it was really interesting. I think it's got a lot of potential based on what I played of it. The combat, my memory isn't great, but I remember thinking this feels pretty good. It just needs some tweaks here and there and some rebalancing.
I remember that donkey fight.
There's that one fight,
man.
yeah.
Donkey
one fight. There's a guy
Donkey
he's wearing a donkey mask and
perfect.
Yeah, and obviously it was freaky, but also it felt slightly which is fine. It felt slightly unbalanced and a bit too severely punishing.
Oh, interesting.
Which is I'm all for that. I love Souls games, but this felt
you like those?
I do like those games. Yeah. But this felt like it was off, where it's the punishment is super harsh for slight errors in kind of strategy. But I liked the atmosphere. What was important was the atmosphere was good. The world was interesting. I didn't get to read a lot of the lore or anything like that, but being in that space, I was I want to see what else is going on with this Pinocchio game, which is crazy to think about. It's based on Pinocchio, but yeah, so far I think I like what I see, and I'm quite harsh towards Souls-like games. Not harsh as in unfairly harsh, but it really I struggle to be impressed by or get excited about Souls-like games that aren't From Software stuff. There's very few that I would be oh, this is one I recommend to other people. Neo is probably one of them, but everything else is kind of you tried, but you're missing the magic. I feel this has some of the magic. I'm just excited to see more. I think they'll probably show off a decent chunk of it again. It's been a while since we've seen it, and I know that it's got a lot of interest and kind of momentum behind it, so I think this would be a good opportunity for them to show off an extensive look at the game. And
Yeah, the thing that piqued my interest when they showed it again was that it was like the trailer was very story driven. It was like very cinematic, which is like not usually something we see with Souls games, Souls likes, where it's like there's an emphasis on these like on cutscenes and like these kind of like sort of big action sequences. So having no idea what Lies of P is, other than it's like, oh, it's that Bloodborne looking game with the Tinker Toy men and the donkey head guy. I'm interested to see that if it is taking a more like deliberate cinematic story driven approach than maybe some other of its counterparts.
Yeah, that is a distinguishing factor. A lot of From's games aren't very cutscene heavy, and you have to work to get that story. So if they can do like a decent or good gameplay experience that also has a more directly told story with cutscenes and characters that you can't miss basically in the same way that you can in other Souls-like games, that could be the distinguishing factor for them that gives them a bit of a leg up and also serves as a kind of entry point to the genre. So
yeah, I'm intrigued to see more about it. One that's definitely got my interest, Immortals of Aveum. We're getting more gameplay. There was a hands-on recently. A bunch of people went to play it. It is the brand new game from Ascendant Studios. It's being published by EA under the EA Originals label. It's kind of ticking all of my boxes in terms of sci-fi stuff, magic, fantasy. Looks really, I don't know, like in terms of performance capture and stuff, they've got Gina Torres in there. Yeah. They've got the guy who played, if you ever watched Never Have I Ever, the main love interest from that Netflix show. I'm intrigued by it. It looked, I think in the trailers we've seen from it so far, it's been very fast-paced, which can be a good thing, but also had a little bit of Ghostwire Tokyo about it. With
well, yeah, that's always the thing when you see a game like that, or at least for me. It's like it just needs to feel like I'm shooting something. And
I want to understand what I'm doing rather than quick cut between everything.
In Ghostwire Tokyo, like I remember just feeling so like I'm just like this character's just like waving their hands around on screen and stuff is happening.
Yeah.
It looks cool. It doesn't feel great. It didn't feel great for me. But that's like the thing with this game that's like because it's all, isn't it? It's like all magic hand shooting and stuff.
Yeah, finger guns.
Yeah. If it was finger guns only, like actual finger guns.
Yeah. How is someone must have made a first-person shooter using finger guns?
Isn't it like a Call of Duty
there is I think it's included as a goof or in some shooter.
Look, no developer make that because
that's ours.
Yeah.
We've made it.
We're copywriting or like claiming the game finger guns.
Perfect.
Done. So we're going to see gameplay of Immortals of Aveum.
Yeah.
Speaking of Call of Duty, we're going to get some Warzone Season 4.
Cool.
There's going to be
some Warzone.
There's going to be some more Warzone. Not really much to dissect there, I guess, between the three of us because we're not really big Warzone players.
Yeah, but also like what can you really, like I feel like this Warzone has reached the point where it's successful, but in becoming a success, it's just the low hum of it exists and there's not really a exciting announcement that you can make around it beyond having a new season.
Rumors abound of things like Modern Warfare 3.
I feel like that's
time for the new.
Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of like thing that you use to elevate a Warzone kind of reveal. It's like, oh, this is laying the groundwork for the next Call of Duty game. But I don't know if you do that within something that you directly promote as Warzone. Maybe it's like, oh, we've got an event coming up in this season. Captain Price is back, and now he's a cyborg.
Sweet.
Cool. Let's do it. But yeah, Call of Duty, like fans love it, obviously. And Warzone is persisting in a like healthy way. But it's just like, if you play Warzone, you probably know everything that's happening in Warzone, and you're not surprised by what's happening in Warzone. And if you don't play Warzone, you're just like, cool. That's whatever you were talking about for you.
Similarly, in terms of live service games, we're getting an update. We're going to get a look at Fortnite's Wilds update, the brand new season.
Similar vibes.
Similar vibes. In kind of the live service stuff. If you are keeping up to date with Fortnite, you probably dissected that trailer long ago, and you kind of roughly know what to expect. But we'll get a look at it. We're also going to get, I was looking at the tweet, it says like Henry Cavill and the cast of The Witcher. A look at Season 3, Part 1, because God forbid Netflix would make an entire season of something and just release it in one go. We're going to get a look at The Witcher 3, The Witcher Season 3, sadly not The Witcher 3. Imagine. Did you guys keep up with The Witcher beyond season?
I'm not the one to look at. I feel like we've had 3 in a row where I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you. Cool.
But, I mean, on trade, like The Witcher is a big hit. It's obviously going to be interesting because Cavill is exiting the series, and we're getting the Hemsworth taken over.
Yeah, I wonder if they work that into the story somehow.
Oh, I imagine.
I imagine you do, but also like you do it in a way where you say, "Oh, Geralt's not here anymore." You kind of lose a big part of kind of that world where
if James Bonded.
Yeah, I mean, like I think like. I would prefer them to figure out some sort of Doctor Who system where it's like, oh, somehow
Geralt is regenerating.
Regenerated.
Like, oh, I have 2 hearts, or like
he looks slightly different. But
and he has to learn himself again.
Yeah.
So
he's got this weird screwdriver.
He's
grappling with whether he's the best Hemsworth constantly. I
was with
the Wild Hunt can't go upstairs.
Matt Smith is in the Game of Thrones one?
He's in House of the Dragon.
And he has long white hair.
He does.
Yeah.
This writes itself, honestly. So yeah, we're getting a Witcher trailer. We're also getting more Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate, I'm super excited for Baldur's Gate. I played it in early access, which was 2020 when it first went in, but it's coming out, I think it was August General. Did they actually nail down that release date? I don't remember, but I'm super excited. I'm also at the point now where I was all in the first time I saw it, and I just have not been keeping up with any of the new announcements because they've already got me. So what do you think could excite you both today?
It's getting a console release too, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, that in of itself is like, is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, did you play Original Sin 2 on console?
I did. I didn't play Baldur's Gate 3 until last year, so I didn't get to see it in its like early access form and like where it started and where it is. But like it was fantastic. Like I can't like it's one of those games I was like I can play this 100 times in a million different ways and like never get sick of it. So just if I'm sorry, I can't confirm in my brain history if it's getting a console release, but that in of itself I think would be just I think that is confirmed.
Yeah, and like
I'm happy with that.
We've all said it. Like it came out. It wasn't complete. The early access obviously was the first time we played it, but it was already in great shape, and it was just a matter of. For me, it was like, okay, I am confident that this will get to a point where I will be interested in playing it start to finish to some degree. So I've done the same thing where it's like, I'm going to let you guys figure this out, and once you're ready, like tell me when to come back, and that's where we've reached the point now. And
that team just cares so much about, or at least it feels like they just care so much about what they're making and so much about what they're doing. And I don't know, it'll be good, I guess, like, it's one thing to play a game in early access and still be like, this is fantastic, and play it as, a normal sort of game experience, whatever. But it'll just, that official, like, it's out, it's done, it's released, here it is, it's out of early access, go for it. I'm just excited to be able to sit down and like, indulge in it, knowing that it's like, this is it, like this is what you're getting now.
I think we get a little more story stuff this time. Like I feel
like
that's
finished.
Yeah, that's the main thing, and now that they've reached the kind of final milestone and put like a point in the timeline down for where they want to hit, they can also start talking about the cool story stuff that they have come up with recently and kind of integrate it into it. And then also they love, like, every trailer that they do some wild, like, cosmic horror stuff to get people, excited about stuff. So I bet you we see some real freaks like in this trailer, and then here's when it's out. Enjoy.
Speaking of expecting to see some real freaks, some freaky stuff.
Oh yeah.
We know that Alan Wake 2 gameplay is going to be on stage. The lovely Sam Lake will be there. We were chatting to him yesterday. We don't know what they're showing. We were talking about something else with Sam. Alan Wake 2, I think amongst the three of us, is one of our most anticipated games of the year. We're big fans of Alan.
There's just like, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just so excited about Alan Wake.
There's several things, like I'm a very specific breed and brand of person who likes very specific things. So like out of principle, when Alan Wake 2 was announced, it just felt like people didn't even need to know whether or not I played the first one. They were like, this is a Kurt game.
A Kurt game.
And there's a lot of things I'm hearing about this game that just make me want to punch myself in the face on purpose.
In a good way?
Yeah, I'm just like, I just need to feel
I want to knock
something.
myself out until it's out.
Yeah.
Because we know from some stuff from interviews that we did with the team from GameSpot, like there's going to be, obviously it's survival horror. Check that box.
Yep.
It has to do with like dual worlds and surrealism. Check that box for Kurt.
I don't think checking makes that sound.
Well, you know what?
It does in Kurt's world.
Have you listened to my pen? It snaps when I
My pen is also a golf club.
Yes, I just hit the most. But there's also investigative elements.
Yeah, Saga Anderson, new character, is an FBI profiler, and as a big fan of stuff like True Detective and Mindhunter, I was like,
hell yeah,
yes,
let's do this.
Yes.
X-Files.
And X-Files.
Yep.
I was gonna say X-Files, Twin Peaks.
Yeah, well, that's easy.
I mean, Sam, even when we were talking about it yesterday, they were talking about stuff like Seven, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got like extensive coverage of Alan Wake 2 on the site. Like if you want stuff about
Mark Delaney.
Yeah, our very own Mark Delaney.
Yeah.
What you want to talk about freaks?
He's basically been doing
an Alan Wake freak.
He's been a full-time Alan Wake reporter for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He interviewed Sam. He interviewed, I believe, Kyle and maybe Molly.
He interviewed
the actress for Saga as well, and has done like extensive stuff about the development of the game, the actual kind of story of the game, and also tried to provide as much information as he can around the lore and context and that kind of stuff.
The Remedy connected
universe, which is super important to this game as well. So I feel like we're already in a good position to know about Saga Anderson as the dual protagonist. I think now we start to move towards like broader stuff with how Alan's involved, and also how that kind of dual protagonist works from a gameplay standpoint. We know that we can move between them. I think they show off a little more of that now, and we're expecting gameplay, so we can see hopefully a bit more of that.
There's just so much I'm eager about, because I think Remedy is on this really, really fascinating upswing, like, with Control being like, really planting them in like the core of their identity, I think, like really nailing what they were and what they do and how they do what they do. But like the thing I'm most fascinated about is that each one of their games, in one way or another, criticisms aside of the original Alan Wake's combat, has some sort of like innovative approach to how they do their gameplay. Even like Alan Wake, the first game being 13 years old, like playing it at that time, it was like, it just feels great. It's it gets a little repetitive, but it still feels remarkable.
Yeah.
And I'm just interested to see how Remedy, a studio that has like really innovated its tech for each game they make, I'm so interested to see how they're almost, so many of their games are so outward in their effects and their action, and I'm so interested to see how they're going to be dialing themselves back. Like they're not making an action-focused game this time. It's like it's their first attempt at like not going over the top and trying to pace things slower, and like those are the things like weirdly I'm so anxious to see a studio, a creative, interesting studio like Remedy attempt a genre like this, a genre that I'm extremely very intimate with. So that's what I'm just so anxious to see.
Yeah, it feels like survival horror as a genre has kind of almost codified and like figured it out, and it has been for a really long time thanks to stuff like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. And most survival horror games of that kind of scale don't come out. But also, if anyone's going to figure something new out with this genre, it's high probability it's them,
Yeah. I mean, so Alan Wake, I'm super excited. I think the thing for me with regards to it being a survival horror is all about the pacing. I replayed the original Alan Wake.
Which is an action game.
It's an action game, and I think, in the early hours, it feels unfair to call it a gimmick, but, the kind of core gameplay loop of, making sure that they're lit up, and then, It does wear off, but even from the gameplay trailer at the PlayStation Showcase a couple weeks ago, we already saw so much more variety. Talking with Sam yesterday, he was talking about the fact that, talk about pacing, how to make it scary, how to keep it tense, and all the while interweaving this story, because original Alan Wake, a lot of questions. Control, a lot of questions. And now the fact you've got this Remedy connected universe, I don't want all of the answers.
Leave more questions.
Give me more questions. So we know we're going to see gameplay of that. We also have Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. The Cyberpunk account tweeted there's going to be hands-on Playdays, which is the kind of behind closed doors media event we'll be heading down to on tomorrow and Saturday. So make sure to check back to GameSpot throughout the weekend, because we're going to have a lot of impressions, gameplay from everything that we're going to be playing. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty is the expansion starring Idris Elba. It's meant to be more of a noir crime thriller in Night City. Boys, what are your opinions on Cyberpunk in general? Are you excited for Phantom Liberty?
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see more of that. Really interested to see where it goes, given how the main campaign ends and where you can take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this actually ends. I mean, I assume this takes place in the middle somewhere, sort of like, Blood and Wine did for Witcher, where there was a point in the story that you could go to.
Yeah, and obviously I like Idris as a kind of actor within this universe. I mean, like he has.
Just put Luther in it.
In Luther he's great. In Jungle Book.
Put his music.
Oh yeah, he's a DJ.
Yeah, he's a drum and bass.
I'm sorry. His starring turn in Star Trek was not.
Star Trek's not great, yeah.
Not great.
But like, I feel like he fits in really well here. Like, it makes a lot of sense to have someone like him in this. In the same way that like you see Keanu when he appears, you're like, oh, I didn't expect that, but it makes perfect sense. He would be a great Johnny Silverhand, and it feels like Idris is gonna fit in nicely. And this is gonna sound real weird, but the original Cyberpunk.
I want to kiss him.
I do want to kiss him. Original Cyberpunk in a lot of ways overshadowed by the issues that it had. The thing that I'm most excited about is Cyberpunk now is quite different from the Cyberpunk that launched. It's in a much better state. I'm excited to be able to go into that game again and have more of a discussion, hopefully rejuvenated discussion around that whole experience now. Because if that's good, if we can get something on the level of Blood and Wine, it's gonna revitalize the community in the same way that the Netflix series Edge Runner did, and hopefully that kind of reignites the community to come back to it and figure it out and talk about it a little more from a narrative perspective. The other thing is, like, is he going to be there? Like,
I feel.
Yeah, I would like it.
His version of breathtaking.
Yeah, he's just going to come and be like, "You're all ugly as sin."
You're all pathetic.
I feel like that moment where Keanu stepped out into the crowd and just had this eruption, it's as much part of the Cyberpunk history as more so than any other like marketing or PR beat has been for any other game. Like
but I also
feel like they'd be
Keanu felt like he was so invested.
And also Keanu has a different,
he's got a different energy.
There's a different air to him. There's a different association with him as a
I agree with
being.
that, but if you're on the CD Projekt Red team, do you care about that? Surely you're being like, we want another Keanu-like moment. Which do you bring Idris out? And he's like,
you 100% bring Idris out.
Idris.
I 100% think Idris is going to be there. We have 2 minutes until the showcase itself. It's going to run for about 2 hours, and then we'll be back here after to break down everything that we saw. So let's quickly go into rumors and predictions. Kurt, what are you really hoping to see today that we haven't talked about? What was your dream announcement?
I want
Alan Wake 3.
And we announced Alan Wake 3. To be completely honest, I just want to see Alan Wake 2 more. I don't really have much of a prediction other than just I'm here to absorb things. I feel like there's already such a jam-packed list of what we know we're going to see. I guess most of the stuff that I'm looking forward to seeing, we'll probably see in other showcases like Xbox. When I think of the things I'm excited about, I think of like, one could dream that they're out of nowhere just like, hey, Wolfenstein 3 is finally actually going to be revealed, and then that would be wonderful. But again, I don't expect that today. So I just want to see more Alan Wake. I just want to see more Remedy.
I think it'll be interesting. I think we might see quite a few things that will be there that are going to be elaborated on elsewhere. So like the thing when I think about what I want to see is like, I want to see the next part of Final Fantasy VII Remake. But is that likely to be here, or is that likely to be Square Enix Showcase? Square Enix doesn't have a major showcase. Is it likely to be here
at all because of the impending release of 16?
I mean, they did that question and answer thread that they're doing constantly over the last few days, and one of them was like, it's very soon. So we'll see.
Got it. Yeah, we're about to go there. You have your moment. What do you think? Shout it.
You said Wolfenstein, and now it's all I can think about.
Good,
I know we talked about it last
all
week.
we should think about. Wolfenstein 3.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be here today. I think it'll be, if anywhere, at the Xbox Bethesda Starfield Showcase. We're going to throw over to Geoff Keighley. Enjoy the showcase. We'll be here after.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Geoff Keighley.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Summer Game Fest. We are in person, and today we've got a look at what's next in video games for you. We are live here in Los Angeles at YouTube Theater, and it feels so good to be in person with a live fan audience for the first time ever. Welcome, everybody. When I started Summer Game Fest back in 2020 from a spare bedroom, I never imagined it would grow into this. Today, the video game industry has come together to show you what's next. This is a cross-industry showcase, meaning no matter where you play games, I hope you'll discover a new game to put on your wish list. The landscape of video game events has certainly changed over the past few years, but one thing hasn't. There are a lot of great games in development, and our singular goal today is to get you excited about the future. In just a few minutes, we'll see the first extended gameplay of Mortal Kombat 1. It delivers, don't worry. Alan Wake 2, the reveal of Fortnite's next season, and yes, we do have a very special grand finale that you're not going to want to miss. That's all I'll say right now. But let's get right to the games and gameplay. The first reveal is something you're not expecting, which makes it that much more exciting. Here we go.
Our kingdom is cursed. The prince has been kidnapped and taken to a forbidden land. All hope rests with us, the Immortals, to rescue him and save the Empire. But we weren't prepared for what was coming next. Then again, they weren't prepared for me.
Whether they ready or not, better get better with time. I can't see an enemy ending the plot. My struggle came with a purpose, now I'm about to turn it down to a burden. You see, I ain't begging, I'm undeserving. I'm giving on every battle. I thought I had a play black. Don't think a chance really take a bite. Been through the dark times, so I came with the dark side. Let me show you the light. See how I rose up, boy, the warrior grown up. Never giving them hope. Keep them all warriors, victorious. Put it home on them enemies, get close. So I see the danger coming.
In these times of darkness, hope is the only thing that keeps us fighting. I will fulfill my destiny and save the kingdom.
There's a little surprise. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is coming in January 2024, a brand new action-adventure platformer in the iconic series with deep combat, some huge boss fights, and of course, incredible platforming, puzzles, and animation, bringing a modern take on the legendary franchise. You'll be able to see more at Ubisoft Forward, streaming on Monday as part of Summer Game Fest. All right, let's move along to another iconic video game franchise that just celebrated 30 years. That's right. It's time for Mortal Kombat 1. Couldn't keep you waiting on this one. It has been 4 years since MK11, and ever since, Ed Boon and the team at NetherRealm have been hard at work on the most ambitious MK yet that reboots the series into a new era timeline. And it's coming this September. Everyone has been asking, what does it look like? Who's on the roster? How do the new cameo fighters work? Well, now it is time for combat. No spoilers, but this video is literally insane. Here is an extended first look at the story, gameplay, and yes, of course, the fatalities of Mortal Kombat 1. Let's do it!
I have had enough of you.
Then go before I put you down.
Fight!
Today, you have proven worthy of joining us. Come, there are other champions I must gather.
What do you want?
Sento. It's my family blade.
Sento's mine, and I won't give it up without a fight. Enough! Okay, let's go back to one here. Who are you again?
Lord Liu Kang, protector of Earthrealm, god of fire.
You have skills, Raiden, but you're inexperienced.
Whatever experience I lack, I make up for in heart.
If your disease becomes known, you will be banished. I only want what's best for you.
Or do you secretly covet my throne?
I mean, that was pretty good, right, guys? Now, I'm sure you have many questions about what we just saw, and to tell you more, I am so honored to welcome to Summer Game Fest one of our industry's greatest creators, a man who has been loyal to the same franchise and fan base for more than 3 decades. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest the creator of Mortal Kombat, Ed Boon! Congratulations. They love you. All right, well, Ed, first of all, thank you for that incredible world premiere. We got to see all of the gameplay of MK1, and everyone just wants to know more about this because first of all, this is it's MK1, right? It went from 11 to 1. So tell us about this. Is it a new timeline?
Yeah. I don't know how many people have seen the ending of Mortal Kombat 11. Liu Kang basically was kind of graduated into like, a fire god, right? And he created a brand new universe. And this universe, this is why we're calling it Mortal Kombat 1, is because this is the beginning of a new timeline. A number of these characters you've seen before, but they're told in a completely different story. And so Sub-Zero and Scorpion are brothers now, and there's all these things that were rivalries before are now allies, and so mixing the whole thing up. So we're just kind of rebooting, and that's what the 1 is for.
Well, it looks incredible. Everything we saw there was, in-game gameplay. The cinematics look incredible. I know the team has been working for 4 years on this, but the thing we got to talk about are these cameos, because we saw some pretty amazing stuff there. Now, so tell us, how does that work? You have your main, character that you'll pick, and then I know you also have a separate kind of cameo menu, so you pick sort of a pair when you start the game?
Yeah, normally in a fighting game, you'll see a roster, basically, where you select your character. After you do that, there's a second roster of characters, which are a whole new, completely different fighters that are the cameo fighters. And these fighters actually, they will join the fight, but they...
A lot of blank squares there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, imagine yourself with Sub-Zero, but you have some of Jack's moves, and you can call him out. You can do it multiple times, as you saw in the gameplay, So you can basically combine these two characters. All the characters can be combined with all the cameo fighters, and that's where you see... That's where the player's kind of imagination comes in, and they can actually customize it for what they like seeing, the best team-ups.
Well, so how does that work? So you're in gameplay, you have your main, you have your cameo. How do you summon them? Is it time-based? Like, how often do they come in? It's not a tag team thing, right?
Exactly. And you're basically summoning them. It's just one button push is basically summoning, but they have a variety. So you can go, push that button with towards, and it'll do a different move. Push it with down, it'll do a different move. Okay. And so the combination...
Oh, I see. So you can bring them in a combo almost.
Exactly. And you see there's like a meter up on top, which is basic. That'll limit it, so you can't obviously fire them indefinitely, but you can call them pretty much whenever you want, and they have, like in the middle of a combo, they'll have a lot of basically a whole arsenal of their moves. So Sonya, you saw come out there. Sometimes you'll see them appear twice in there.
Amazing. So time-based, they come out, and then obviously as you go through, you revealed some of them there, but is it a different set of characters that'll be in the cameos? Are there some repeats from the main roster? How will that work?
Yeah. Some of the characters are going to be available as cameos as well as the main roster fighters. You can play Sub-Zero with Sub-Zero, right? Same thing with Scorpion. But a lot of our cameo fighters are kind of like nods back to our first game. So you'll notice Sonya and Kano and Jax are in their kind of older costumes. And so there's a lot of that novelty. We have a lot of like really surprise ones. I think you guys saw Goro.
Yes, Goro popped in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of like kind of really digging into the old Mortal Kombat games as far as getting, we really love the novelty of it. We really want the cameo characters to feel, kind of nod to the old games.
Well, speaking of nodding the old games, let's talk. You confirmed, I think, or it's at least known, that Jean-Claude Van Damme is actually going to be in this game as Johnny Cage, right? Is that true?
Yes.
That was, people don't know the story. I mean, Bloodsport was such an inspiration for Mortal Kombat, so he finally is now part of it?
It's a huge first full circle moment. The first Mortal Kombat game, we originally wanted to be Van Damme, the video game, and that never really worked out. So I can't tell you how many times over the last 30 years we've tried to get him. We were this close, like 4 or 5 times. And so finally we got him, and he's doing the voices too.
Wow.
So you're going to hear Jean-Claude, his voice doing Johnny Cage lines and stuff like that. We're really excited about it.
Wow. Well, I know the team has been working so hard in Chicago to build this through COVID, and it's coming out in September, so we don't have to wait long, right?
That's right. This has been a very difficult secret to keep over the last 4 years. And so, but we could not be more excited in terms of getting players' hands on it. And, throughout the summer, we're going to be showing a lot more content, a lot more characters, a lot more cameo characters, so there's a lot of reveals that are coming up.
Amazing. Well, Ed, thank you so much for giving us the first look at MK1. As you said, this weekend people will be playing it, press and media, so we'll be seeing lots more coverage. First look at Mortal Kombat. Awesome. Thanks so much. Amazing. So excited about that one. All right. Next up, it's been a fun couple weeks for action RPG fans with the release of Diablo 4, which is truly fantastic. Another big and anticipated ARPG is Path of Exile 2 from Grinding Gear Games, who have faithfully been updating and patching the original PoE since its release in 2013. We haven't seen anything on the sequel in over 2 years, but that changes right now. Here is your first look at a raw gameplay capture from Path of Exile 2, a sequel that pushes the engine and gameplay to a new level.
Where are the guards?
Hey you! What's going on?
Looks amazing, and there's more coming in July. Last week marked the release of Street Fighter 6, a game we featured last year at Summer Game Fest. Well, the team at Capcom has an important update to share with you right now.
I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. Welcome to Bikitoa Island.
I'm guessing Ryu from Street Fighter facing off against a dinosaur probably wasn't on your bingo card for today's show. That Street Fighter Cross Exoprimal collab will launch in the fall, with the game coming out on July 14th. But guess what, guys? That may actually not be the craziest collaboration on the show today. Check this out.
There's nothing more powerful than imagination. It can shape the fabric of reality, transforming everything you may think you know.
That's right. Nicolas Cage is coming to Dead by Daylight in July. I mean, I don't know how these things happen, but I figured the easiest way to find out is probably to go right to the source. This man's bold creative choices have earned him an Academy Award and a few memes on the internet across more than 4 decades of incredible films. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest, Nicolas Cage!
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Happy to meet you.
Nick, I gotta say, welcome to the video game world.
Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to be invited to your very, very cool club, everybody.
Finally, I mean, I gotta say, this is such a crazy, unexpected collaboration. I gotta understand, how did this come about? I mean, some people be like, oh, maybe he'll show up in Fortnite. Maybe he'll be in a Hideo Kojima game. But Dead by Daylight, I mean, how does this happen?
Well, it's a museum of horror, right?
Yes.
And when I make movies, one of my favorite genres is horror. And in this, and in that genre, there's a character, a murderous ghost named Sadako, who I think is amazing. And she made an appearance in this game, so that was good enough for me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what's fun is you're playing one of the survivors in this game, and it's cool that, it really is this museum of horror. Michael Myers, you said all these different characters all coming together. And you play yourself, or who do you play? So
I play this heightened, exaggerated version of a film actor named Nick Cage. And he's going to a location thinking he's making a movie, and instead he wakes up in the fog. And in the fog, he's surrounded by crows and serial killers, and it's rather amusing. And there's something about it that I think, as a survivor, is like a bonding experience. It's a bit like hide and go seek. You have your 3 other teammates who are survivors with you, and it's teamwork. You're working together to pull through, and I like that. And so that was a large reason for wanting to do it as well, that feeling of bonding with your friends.
And you're fully in for this. I know we heard your voice in there, so you recorded lines for it and everything?
See, I want you to know when you're playing the Nick Cage survivor, I even have, when you're choosing your skins, I even say, always remember to dress to match your talent. I want you to know that you're with me, that we're one, that we're fused. And so it was important to me that everything I do, everything I say, from the scream to the grunt, down to the most minimal, exasperated expression of a sigh, whatever it is, it's my voice, so that we are fused.
All right. Fully method, Nick Cage. I love it. I mean, this is so fun. This game, as you said, is such an awesome kind of, collaboration with so many different characters. For you, I mean, how did you find out about Dead by Daylight? Do you know much about the video game
Somebody
world?
very important in my family is a Dead by Daylight enthusiast, and that really put the hook in, pun intended. See, Dead by Daylight to me was an opportunity to branch out. I've never been invited into this space before. Yeah. I'm always looking for new adventures. So this to me was like, wow, I can make a whole new audience, meet a whole new audience, and branch out and go on this Dead by Daylight adventure. I didn't say, it took me nothing but a split second to say yes. And speaking about split seconds, what I noticed, excuse me, sinuses, allergies. What I noticed was that every move you make when you're doing this, when you're in the gaming space, it's timed down to the split second. It's a very immersive experience when you're acting out in this space, because every move, every grunt, every sigh you make has to be timed perfectly with the gamer's moves. So that was something that I learned from this, and I'm always looking to learn something.
Well, we love having you in the video game world. We want to see Nick Cage in more games.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Nick, thank you so much. Hopefully the first of many. Nicolas Cage, great to see you, man. Awesome. There you go. Lock it in. Now, for all of you who want to play Nick Cage in Dead by Daylight, the chapter officially comes out on July 25th on PC and console, but PC players can try it earlier by downloading the player test build on July 5th. And here's an exclusive first look at Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight.
Damn right I made it.
Anything goes here at Summer Game Fest. All right, thank you very much, Nick. Now, lately we've been seeing an incredible number of video game adaptations, but back in 2019, The Witcher on Netflix, inspired by the Witcher book series, showed the potential of well-done adaptations, and later this month, Season 3, Volume 1 arrives, and now it's time for the world premiere of the trailer, introduced by Henry Cavill and the cast.
Hello, Witcher fans. We are all gathered here today to share something with you.
Be sure to tune into The Witcher Season 3. Volume 1 Volume 1 debuts on June 29th, only on Netflix.
Get ready to watch the world premiere of our brand new trailer for Season 3 of The Witcher.
Thanks for tuning in to the Summer Games Fest and enjoy the trailer.
Neutrality. It won't get you a statue. But he'll certainly help in keeping you alive. I won't abandon Siri.
Neutrality has consequences too.
You're right.
I'm right. Well, that's deeply worrying.
Everything that's happening. It's all connected. And she's at the center of it. If war is coming, there is no hiding her from it. You sure about this?
Are you? History has a way of repeating itself. The dangers we've seen foretell an even more menacing future. For the first time, I understand real fear.
We're witches.
Is that so?
I'll never get over how cute they look for monsters. And they're like, no, please, don't hurt me. And then, wow! Fangs. Just like a boatload of fangs. All up in your business.
Operation Control clears you for engagement.
We have no choice. The root will destroy everything. For all time. No turning back after this. You sure?
All right, we have much more Summer Game Fest to come, including a first look at the gameplay of Alan Wake 2, the world premiere of the new season of Fortnite, Call of Duty Season 4, and maybe a few more surprises for you. As we go through today's reveals, use the hashtag gaming on TikTok to react to the news. And we want to welcome everyone co-streaming the show live on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and other platforms. For those of you on Twitch, we also have a special Warframe Twitch drop, a free Steinax Warframe for watching more than 30 minutes of the show. Now, speaking of surprises, another legendary gaming hero is set to return later this year in a brand new game built from the ground up in a style that I think is going to get this fan base and longtime fans of video games very excited. Here's another Summer Game Fest global game announcement. New thrills with a classic feel. How about that? A new standard for 2D classic Sonic that's bound to appeal to new and legacy fans alike. This past April, Honkai Star Rail launched, and as you're about to see, the game is bringing an exciting new character to space fantasy RPGs. However, we don't just have a new peak for current players, but also for those awaiting the game's release on PlayStation. Take a look.
I wish this universe had a few more things to do. Don't you get bored running across the map every day?
Team Trailblaze back from duty. Mission 1 accomplished. Where's our next stop? I can't wait.
Another busy day ahead of us. To the clouds! From the boat!
The tournament's starting. Great! Let me get warmed up. Strike first! Need a hand? My pleasure! Let's see some sparks fly!
Huh. Never mind. I miscalculated. Can you let me have some fun this time? Time for a buzz. Excess speed, too slow.
Later this year on PlayStation. All right, inspired by the story of Pinocchio, Lies of P is a Soulsborne-like game from the team at NeoWiz, which is coming to Game Pass, PlayStation, and PC this year. Well, if you're wondering exactly when, we have news to share with you on its release with this brand new trailer.
Geppetto's puppet. We need your help.
Je t'ai rencontré simplement et tu n'as rien fait pour chercher à me plaire. Je t'aime pourtant, ton amour ardent, ton rien je le sens, ne pourra défaire. Tu seras toujours mon amour. Je te fuis parfois, mais je reviens quand même. C'est plus fort que moi. Je t'aime. C'est plus fort que moi. Je t'aime.
Listen, pal. Nice landing, but let's not make it a habit.
That's right, a demo for Lies of P is now available across PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Check it out and prepare for the release on September 19th. Now it's time for the reveal of a visually stunning new game based on a classic manga with a story and world created by one of the most celebrated anime artists of all time. This is one of those games that I feel lucky we get to reveal for the first time here at Summer Game Fest. And I think you'll be pretty hyped once you see the gameplay, all built in Unreal Engine 5. Here we go.
やめなさい王子、こんな人間の機械。
いいぞ、やってみるか。
いいのか。
Sandland, get ready to become an unlikely hero in an adventure where you don't need to be human to save humanity. That's coming from Bandai Namco, and we're excited to see more of it soon. Independent games are such an important part of the industry, and one thing that's very important to us at Summer Game Fest is supporting those creators as well. After the live show, stay tuned for Day of the Devs from iam8bit and Double Fine with some incredible indie game reveals. Now, one of the biggest independent publishers is Annapurna Interactive. And later this month, as part of Summer Game Fest, they'll be revealing a number of ambitious new projects. Let's see how many you can figure out in this little tease. Wonder what that was at the end. We'll find out later this month. All right, next, we're stepping into the world of Throne and Liberty, a free-to-play PC and console MMORPG from NCSoft and Amazon Games with an always-changing environment, massive scale, PvPvE, and the ability to transform into creatures to battle across land, sea, and air. Here's a look at Throne and Liberty.
Our guiding star has shattered. Its shards scattered across the world. An ancient evil searches for these lost fragments, destroying anything in their path. You must find them. Harness their power. And put down this threat once and for all.
Looks great. I also want to say hello to everybody watching on Steam right now. I'm sorry we don't have any free Steam Decks for you right now, but on June 19th, Steam Next Fest does return, giving fans a chance to try out hundreds of new in-development games. One of them is the free-to-play medieval fantasy sword-fighting game Warhaven from Nexon, which lets you transform into supernatural immortals. Here's a new look.
Hear the battle call, cities rise and empires fall, but it's a war worth fighting. We're taking up our arms, hold the line up, here we turn.
This is not.
Why can't
Pilgrims, summer is coming, and with it, a lot of cool stuff will make its way to Dying Light Tuesday Human. Get ready for darker, more dangerous nights and roaming volatiles, complete with improved parkour, rolling out with the next update in June. Then, right after that, we'll kick off an event season like you have never seen before. Trust me, for one of them, you will want to get your butt barbed wired. Very soon, you will get the deadliest summers to date.
Welcome back to Summer Game Fest. Isn't that great? By the way, Crash Team Rumble is going to feature playable Ripperoo and N-Jin, Neo Cortex's right-hand guy in Season 1. Now, it's time to change the topic and descend into madness. Joining me is a guy who was last on stage at the Game Awards 2021 to announce Alan Wake 2. He's come all the way from Finland. Please welcome from Remedy, Sam Lake. See you. Looking dapper as always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we are so excited because when you announced Alan Wake 2 at the Game Awards, you said 2023. We are in 2023. It's coming this October, and we are so excited about this, Sam. I know it's been a long time coming for fans and for you. 13 years since the first Alan Wake. So tell us a bit about what can we expect in the sequel.
It's been quite a journey, yes.
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2 is Remedy's first survival horror game. We have two playable characters. It's a 50-50 split between them. They are on their own separate terrifying journeys through two different worlds, and yet it's all connected. And the player gets to switch between them at given points in the story as they choose.
Yeah, we saw, obviously, at the PlayStation event, you revealed Saga, the second character. Tell us a bit about her. She's in Bright Falls, and she's sort of living a narrative that Alan has written. Is that right?
Well, that's a good question to ask going into this. So, yes, we have Alan Wake, our title character, of course, trying to escape from the nightmare dimension of the dark place.
Yes.
And then we have Saga, our new hero, FBI agent, coming to the Pacific Northwest small town of Bright Falls, together with her partner, Alex Casey.
Okay. So how, and they're somehow linked in some way, right?
They are coming to investigate a series of ritualistic murders.
Okay.
And very quickly, the investigation turns into a nightmare when they discover pages of a horror story. Maybe written by a certain missing writer.
By the initials AEW.
And this horror story starts to come true around them.
Interesting. So obviously, it's Alan is still going to be playable in the game. You're going to experience his journey, but Saga, this is sort of new character, and there is that sort of link. Tell us a bit about. You said split 50-50. Do they have separate missions? How? Because I think you can play them in sort of different sequences or orders if you want, right?
Yeah, we go into the experience playing as Saga, and it's a sequel, but it's also a standalone experience. We are not expecting everybody to do homework if they have not played the original game. Yeah. This can be enjoyed as is. Saga doesn't know anything about the lore, about the supernatural in this world. She will be going in very quickly. She has to learn to survive. And with that, all the players will be on that journey with her. And then we open up the experience so that you can hop to play Alan Wake in the dark place as he's trying to find his way out. And you can keep on playing as Saga in the Pacific Northwest as the investigation goes on. And you are free to switch between them. There are a lot of connection points in many surprising ways, but there is no right way to play through this. You can choose. You can go on as Alan all the way close to the end, or as Saga, or you can keep hopping between these two sides of it.
Well, you're always so good at kind of telling challenging, interesting narratives in unique ways. I mean, Remedy's always been known for that, and you especially, so we can't wait to see how these stories intertwine, I'm sure, throughout the experience. Today, though, I know you brought with you some gameplay of Saga's adventure. We're just going to see a raw segment of the game, right?
Yeah, raw gameplay for the first time ever. This is early on from the experience.
They're hyped, Sam. They're ready for it. So tell us, what are we going to see?
Supernatural forces of darkness have brought the murder victim, in this case, back to life as a monster. And Saga is outside Bright Falls at Cauldron Lake, trying to find him and stop him.
Okay, with that, let's take a look at raw, unedited gameplay from Alan Wake 2. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Sounds like somebody's home. text on the heart is clearer now. Legible. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. Killer left a message.
It's for us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
A long time coming, but Alan Wake 2 looks incredible. Thank you to Sam and Remedy for that first look at gameplay. Now let's get a first look at the co-op campaign of Warhammer Space Marine 2 from Saber and Focus.
We're facing a Tyranid splinter fleet. They engaged us on 2 planets, Avarax and Kadaku. I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement. There could be questions. Will that be a problem? No, Captain. Tyranids! My pledge is eternal service. Xenos inbound! Eviscerate this abomination! Come forth and be slaughtered! Open the gates. Care to see who can slay more Xenos for the Chiron? I thought a piece of that statue would offer more sport. Hold them back, damn it! For Ultramar! For the Emperor!
Beautiful indie game, yes, Your Grace, Snowfall. Now it is time for another global game announcement, and this one comes from the minds of Saber Interactive, Focus Entertainment, and yes, horror master John Carpenter. It's a brand new world, a brand new story, and looks like a heck of a lot of fun. Check this out.
We gotta be ready. Nobody half-asses it this time. Ruby.
On my mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
more unexpected collaboration. Sean Carpenter and Saber with Toxic Commando. That looks tons of fun. You guys think any of those zombies made it? I don't know. All right. Well, this August brings the long-awaited full 1.0 release of Baldur's Gate 3. And today, a new member is joining the cast. We're about to see the reveal of Lord Enver Gortash, the commander of a mechanical army of Steel Watchers. He's a second antagonist and is voiced by a familiar name.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
You are soon to witness the people of Baldur's Gate granting me complete power over them. A new age is upon us. Gods have mercy on those who would stand in our way. A mad dog understands the yank of the leash and the hand of its master, but it cannot be an equal. You can be my equal. There's an old wisdom. A brittle alliance can never be mended. It can only break. I want to lead this city to glory, not scorch its earth.
Friends, allies, to my side. Let us usher in a new dawn. This city is mine.
I'm not ready to call you enemy. What do you say? Shall we be allies? You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to, Gortash.
Baldur's Gate 3 is on track, Sven tells me, still for the end of August, and we can't wait to check that out. All right, this fall, Marvel Games and Insomniac are set to bring Spider-Man 2 exclusively to PlayStation 5. Sounds like you guys are a little hyped, so to tell us more is Brian Intihar, game director at Insomniac. Brian, thanks for coming by. I know you guys are deep in development. First of all, it looks like we have some fancy art behind us. Is this the box?
This is the box art. This
okay.
is, this is it. Here it is. I mean, it has 2 on the box for a reason, because this game features 2 Spider-Men, so we're really excited about it.
Absolutely. Peter and Miles, we're so excited about this experience that you guys are doing with these sort of 2 characters. We saw some great gameplay at the PlayStation Showcase, but I want to talk about the 2 villains, I think, in the game. There may be more.
There are more. There are more out there, I
2
promise.
main ones, but we have some new art to show of, we obviously, Kraven, we got the reveal at the PlayStation event. So tell us a bit about him and how he factors in.
So Kraven's very different from any character we've done. He's not, he's not powered by magic or, tech. He's just the best hunter in the world, and he's coming to New York for his greatest hunt. And what's better than all of the Marvel characters that live in New York City? So Peter, Miles, and others, he's on the hunt.
And others, ...
Yes, yes.
But Venom also, obviously, Symbiote is a part of this whole story, as we saw in the gameplay. There you go. Good reaction to the art.
I'm glad you're happy.
I don't know how much you're going to tell us about Venom. Is this, can you tell, is this an Osborn Venom? Can you tell, what's the origin of Eddie Brock Venom? Or?
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
Our goal was to tell an original story, something you haven't seen in the comics or the movies yet. Obviously, we love Venom for a reason.
Yeah.
All those things you love about the character are going to be there, but how the story plays out, who is Venom, you have to play the game to see how it goes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's a bit of a tease. Now, obviously, the symbiote is a big part of the gameplay, and one of the things I think we were all struck with the footage that you showed at the PlayStation Showcase was, how that is going to really impact the gameplay when you're playing as, Peter. So tell us a bit about that and how, the gameplay is going to be dramatically different.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw it in just the raw power, the strength, and even the transformation of Peter's moves in that gameplay reveal.
Yeah.
We call him the acrobatic improviser, him and Miles, but you can tell there's a lot more strength, a lot more raw power, aggression, which you saw both in the moves and how Peter talks. So it's not just what happens in gameplay, it's what happens, how the story plays out.
Interesting. So how it affects him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some of that, and there's much more of that journey when you play the game.
And I know the journey is also more expansive. You've got Queens, Brooklyn, so even more of sort of
Yeah,
city
I mean, the
racing,
city
right?
is pretty much doubled in size. So it's Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and then being able to use the web wings to traverse at speeds way faster than they were before is really awesome.
Hugely ambitious game you guys have been building over the past few years. We saw at the PlayStation event, it said at the end, fall 2023, and I think we're like getting close to that. Are you guys feeling confident that you're gonna make it this fall?
You know, Jeff, I know you like exclusives.
Yes.
And I can promise you we are very confident what we're going to tell you right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Nailing it, October 20th, Spider-Man 2, exclusively for PlayStation 5.
Got it.
Awesome. Well, Brian, thanks so much for stopping by. I know you got a lot of work to do. Wrapping up the game, and we'll check it out in October. Thanks, Brian. We got our date. All right. Now let's take a look at Pal World, a multiplayer open-world survival crafting game where you can befriend and collect mysterious creatures called Pal, who can also fight. In other words, it's kind of like Pokemon with guns. And then we're going to look at the Land of the Morning Light, a new expansion to Black Desert Online, which recreates the mythical folktales from Korea's Joseon dynasty, and some huge bosses, too.
Our story is more than what hobbits and elves know. It is time we told it ourselves. With hammer and axe, we mine and sculpt. Across Middle-earth, delving for riches. Yet the greatest treasure remains out of our reach. Moria. My fellow dwarves, rally together. It's time we took back our home.
All right, now we're going to look at an exciting new mobile game from a legendary franchise.
正義の味方だからな。なるほど。では敵だな。
Pre-registration for Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis has just started, and users will have the chance to participate in an upcoming closed beta test. Now, speaking of Final Fantasy, no. Today during Summer Game Fest, DoorDash has your back. You can get a free burrito when you order from Taco Bell using the code GameFest. Plus, get the chance to win a Final Fantasy XVI prize pack. DoorDash, stay in your game. Yep, we got you. All right. Now here's a look at a game we debuted last year at TGA. Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, the story of two ghost hunters in the haunted wilds of North America.
Life to the living, death to the dead.
We are banishers. We end suffering for those who live. We bring closure to those who don't. I want us back, Red. I want revenge on what killed me. I want to live.
As the man says, we face a choice, simple and awful. I banish you. Death to the dead. Do we kill? To be together again?
Or do we part forever?
Come out, wherever you are. Come on, show yourself.
Red.
Every bloody time.
それで今回の指令はあなた好みの単純な力仕事です。ある人物を警護していただきます。頼みましたよ。コードネーム上流。大丈夫か？
ええ、お待たせしてしまって。
トラブル発生。車はまだか？
到着まで3分。何があった？
お前らも今回り右すりゃ無事に帰れる。さもなきゃこれから起きることは全部お前らの選んだ結果だ。
나와.
俺に名はない。
Good morning, Stanley. It is 7:32 a.m. I hope you have a productive day.
Change username to just Stan.
Adjusting morning wake up. Good morning, just Stan.
Base to Capsule 12. Come in. You there, Stan?
Green across the board. Looks like we're good. Definitely a leak here, Tim.
How long has it been now?
3 years. 2 months and 17 days. What sort of operation are they running down here? He shouldn't be here. Is someone there? This doesn't make sense. Is someone else down here? No, 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 no.
Are you there?
It's a beautiful new game, Under the Waves, and today, incidentally, is World Ocean Day. Fun fact. All right, next, Call of Duty. Well, there's a new Call of Duty coming this fall along with Warzone Mobile. Today, we're going to give you the first ever look at Season 4 of Modern Warfare 2 Warzone launching next week. Here's your first look at Vondel, a new Warzone location with points of interest, including a medieval castle, a soccer stadium, and an abandoned zoo. Yep, it's all happening. Check it out. Here you go.
Trying to show you what we came to do. Only talking, making major moves. Rolls Royce, no top. Me, no one will ever stop. Me against the world, I got my back against the wall. No, I'm hellbound, but I'm well now. On the road to riches, I get no hell round. Tell them make a sound, now let she get loud.
I got a flight in the morning. I see what you've been trying to do, and I'm a mission aborted. You think I never pay attention? In my mind, I'm recording. I'm about to win a ruin. Those dreams out of board. I'm riding around with homies like we run the city. Fresh and feeling like a mini. Moving silence, you can never hear me. If you got a problem when you see me, run it. Run it. Run it.
Season 4 next week. Today is a big day for video games, but also a huge day for Porsche. The iconic German automaker turned 75 years old today. And to celebrate their contributions in the automotive and gaming space, and we've all raced a 911 in some point at a game, Xbox has teamed up with Porsche for a limited edition run of 75 consoles inspired by 6 famous Porsche race cars. And I'm thrilled to debut the first design here today, inspired by the Porsche 963 that's racing this weekend at the 100th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's take a look. Here it is, the Porsche Xbox Series X. These custom consoles are not for sale, but you can enter for a chance to win one right now at PorscheXboxSweepstakes.com. Make sure to stay tuned for the Porsche and Xbox social channels for additional opportunities to get your hands on these special consoles. All right, next, Phoenix Labs are building the next great entry into the cozy farm sim genre. We all like a cozy game inspired by classics like Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley. Previously announced for Nintendo Switch, there's now some exciting news for PC players too. Let's take a look at Fae Farm.
Dear friend, life in Azoria's been treating me well. Days pass so quickly. Before I know it, they turn into seasons. It's been a breath of fresh air. I think we found a way to get cozy and settle in. But there's something more I've been itching to explore. Realms where magic comes to meet us. As long as we're prepared, we can face anything. So, what do you say? There's so much yet to discover. Are you ready?
We promised variety. There it is, Fae Farm and Mortal Kombat in the same show, only at Summer Game Fest. Now, please welcome Ben Brode, Chief Development Officer and flannel enthusiast at Second Dinner, the developers behind the popular collectible card game, Marvel Snap. What's up, Ben? Man, you guys have been on fire. Last time I saw you was at the Game Awards when you won Best Mobile Game. Seems like you've been very busy. We're excited about the Spider-Verse content you've been doing. Lots going on over there, right?
Yeah, it's been exciting. We've been doing a bunch of new features, some of the wildest cards we've ever made, and some new game modes. Yeah.
Yeah, new game. Is that a segue, Ben?
Certainly, yeah. I'm excited to announce Marvel Snap's biggest update ever. We have a new game mode coming next week. It's Conquest mode. It's a great way to get a super competitive experience and some exciting new rewards. But you don't have to wait till next week. If you haven't tried Marvel Snap, go download it right now on your mobile device or early access on Steam.
All right, Ben. I love the enthusiasm, Ben.
That's what I got.
That's you. You're made for YouTube. All right. Well, we heard you brought something fun with you for us to watch, right?
Oh, yeah. So listen, I am incredible at card games, so I often win. But some people, and maybe you've had this experience, Geoff, some people lose.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
And I like to think it's because they suck. No offense, Geoff.
Yeah.
But sometimes, sometimes it's because they might just be a little bit unlucky.
Cue the tape.
Oh, snap!
Okay, I don't have an ideal hand of cards here, but that's fine. I'll see what I draw in future turns. Anyway, let's reveal the first location.
Labuntus 1. Each player destroys their deck.
Okay, I guess I will work with what I have. I'll play Medusa on location number 2. She gets +2 power. And let's see the next location.
Clover Dangerfield has a 25% chance of destroying your cow.
Okay, well, I mean, 25% isn't that bad. And it's gone. Okay, well, I have some powerful cards in my hand, so I can just wait. Let's see the next location.
The Big Barn. Players cannot play 4, 5, or 6 cost cows.
You gotta be kidding me.
Also, if you don't play a card this turn, you have 0 friends.
Now you're just being mean.
Still to come, we're going to look at Immortals of Aveum from EA Originals and Ascendant, and the world premiere first look at Chapter 4, Season 3 of Fortnite Wilds. Now, if you're looking for the smartest way to level up your gaming this summer, compare top credit cards side by side with NerdWallet and start maximizing your cashback rewards on everything from Wi-Fi to headsets. Now, here's a look at King Arthur Legends Rise, a new cross-platform UE5 game for mobile and PC, a Fantasy Squad RPG adventure that is available to pre-register today.
Arthur, I have sacrificed everything to save your kind. From an ancient evil. fight with honor. Vanquish the wicked, and you may prove worthy of your legacy.
Wayfinders, do you remember the fall? The gloom descended on Skylight. You rallied to protect the beacon, and paid a terrible price. You fell, and the world was broken. Remember who you were, who you are, and return to us.
This world needs champions.
Steve, seriously, you don't stand a chance.
Project under construction.
What did you say, guys? One more game?
Good morning, scavenger. Scan your surroundings to retrieve and recycle anything that could be of value to Scavax.
Captain's log, stardate 43152.4. Our fleet is cautiously entering hostile territory, and the crew is standing by in case we make contact.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
Hey there, Summer Game Fest 2023. It's Will Arnett here. Yeah, right? My buddy Anthony Mackie and I have been working on this for some time now. We're really excited to share with you Twisted Metal, which is streaming only on Peacock starting July 27th. And I'm very excited to share a sneak peek of the character of Sweet Tooth, who I had the pleasure of voicing. Hope you enjoy it. Check it out.
This is gonna be fun. We're steady.
Swung a little wide there.
Well, aren't we a tall glass of water? Me? I'm more of a Hawaiian punch. I'm guessing you don't fight much outside of your car now, do you?
Look, Clown, I don't need four wheels to kick your ass. Any chance we can get this back in the cars?
How about a little kill music? She had dumps like a truck. That's like what? All night long.
Let me see that thong.
Like it when the beat go?
Dana.
Baby, let your booty go.
Dana.
Girl, you want to show?
Dana.
Ba-dong. Do you love the silver-haired god? Then don't lie to me.
Yeah, man. Look, I listened to Unleash the Dragon so many times the disc broke. I'm not a liar.
But you said you were coming to my show, and then you shot at me.
It was a misunderstanding. I've been getting shot at ever since I can remember. It's forced habit, I guess.
Sounds like you have trust issues.
Who hasn't dreamt of duplicating oneself in order to multitask? This new hack and slash game with a tactical twist allows you to do just that. Brought to you from France, here's the world premiere reveal trailer of Lisfunga, the time shift warrior, coming later this year to PC.
Goddess of time. Receive my light, Lisfunga. Let this power flow through you and fight again alongside your past selves. I'm here again. That's another me. I look good. I rewind. I begin again, but with another me to fight with.
You're coming with me.
You're not the only one who can be in multiple places at once.
I will become Legion and crush these demons. Onwards! I can feel that there are more.
Very cool independent game. All right, next up is a brand new IP from Ascendant Studios, a single-player, first-person magic shooter called Immortals of Aveum. It's fast and fluid. It's an FPS in a fantasy setting, kind of like Doom with magic. It also has a great cast led by Darren Barnett as the main character, Jack, and he joins us now. Hey, Darren.
Hey, guys.
Great to have you with us.
How you doing? Thank you.
This is such a cool game, super high production value, spectacular gameplay. Tell us about the guy you play. You're the main character, Jack, right?
Yes, I am playing the main character, Jack, as seen behind me. He's a battle mage that controls all three forms of magic, triple threat. He's brash, he's funny, but he gets the job done.
Well, it's the gameplay, as we've seen, is just so fast-paced. There's so much action in it, with all the spells, the spell casting, and the magic. What can you tell us about the story and sort of how this battle mage, Jack, comes in? He sort of becomes a battle mage, right?
Yeah, he kind of comes from nothing. He's, I guess they call him a street rat is what he was. But he, during a time of intense trauma, he summons the power to control magic. Becomes part of the Immortals, which is like the elite Navy SEAL squad of this world called Aveum, and they are in the middle of an Everwar fighting for the control of magic.
Okay. You have a great cast. You, Gina Torres in it. Lots of amazing actors in this incredible, really high production value game that's coming out this summer. We don't have to wait long for it. And I know you brought something with you to share today, which is a gameplay sequence, which is one of the most epic sort of parts of the game, right?
Yeah. So this is a wild part of the game. This trailer is going to be showing you the Immortals and myself confronting Sandrak directly, who is the top villain of this game, and trying to end the Everwar. And it's taking place in like one of the most badass levels of a video game I've seen. We're battling on top of a 400-foot mech in the middle of the ocean as it moves around. It's wild, so let's take a look.
All right, let's take a look at some brand new gameplay from Immortals of Aveum, which comes out this summer for PC, PS5, and Xbox. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Sandrax literally pushed us to the edge. Everyone that can fight already is. And we're still losing.
Welcome aboard, Immortal. What's our bearing, sir?
North by northeast, 5 knots.
We'll catch him, sir. Prepare to repel boarders! Airship's got
cell code. Zendara and I will hold off the Rashanians down here. Got it. Gotta get to the control room. I want to be an immortal. I want to fight this war as one of you.
You're what's called a triarch. The Pentasod has gifted you with the ability to manifest all three colors of magic.
We're only going to win this one together. Sigil up.
Love that we get to show you guys so much amazing raw gameplay today, and that game looks incredible. Coming out this summer from Ascendant and EA. Now, one game that constantly reinvents itself is Fortnite. And tomorrow, Chapter 4 Season 3 Wilds launches. And today, Summer Game Fest is debuting the cinematic trailer to preview the season. The center of the island has collapsed, revealing a vast, hidden jungle with ancient secrets to discover. And of course, there's a whole new Battle Pass lineup where you can unleash the power, yes, of Cybertron. Here we go. Fortnite Wilds launches tomorrow. Well, finally, guys, it's time to get to our grand finale. And it is a deep honor for me to present this game. What you're about to see is a world premiere trailer that gives us a new look at an expansive world we can't wait to explore again. This game comes from a studio that surprised the world and redefined the RPG genre with its iconic characters and rich storytelling. And I want to thank them for this trailer for one of gaming's most anticipated upcoming releases. The rumors were true.
We're still here at the scene of this terrible disaster, caused by a massive tornado which swept through sectors 0, 1, and 2. Amidst the wreckage of the expressway, search and rescue operations are already in progress.
Wow. Just look at it all. It's so green. Even after everything we've done to it, it's still going strong.
It may look that way, but in reality, it's barely hanging on.
Was wondering, what's Cloud been doing these past 5 years? Where's he been?
And you're asking me this?
This is gonna sound crazy, but as far as I know, Cloud was never in Nibelheim 5 years ago.
The Livestream. It is the very essence of our star. The blood coursing through its planetary veins.
According to Hojo, they're connected to Sephiroth. Shadows of the Mad, I believe he called them.
Sephiroth was in Midgard. We fought him. Whatever happened, he's alive.
But why come back now? After 5 years, doing who knows what?
Well now, think we woke it up.
Angered it, more like.
Feast your eyes on the Turk's latest and greatest, Elena.
She may be new, but she's still a Turk.
They say she's a monster, that she can peer inside you, into the very depths of your soul, that she can become those you hate, those you fear, those you love.
You murdered my dad. You burned my village.
You know that I killed her. So, who is she?
There you have it. That was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming early 2024 to PlayStation 5. Nomura-san, thank you so much. All right, that's going to do it for Summer Game Fest, our live showcase. But that is not the end of Summer Game Fest. Stay tuned this weekend for updates on many more games during SGF Play Days, a hands-on event for media here in Los Angeles, including Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, as well as the Xbox and Bethesda showcase on Sunday. Right now, though, stay tuned for Day of the Devs from I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine, which celebrates the independent game culture with a number of new game reveals over the next hour. We'll see you this summer, later this summer on August 22nd for Gamescom opening night live in Germany, and again in December when we come together here in Los Angeles to celebrate 10 years of the Game Awards. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Day of the Dead Digital Showcase. Thanks to Geoff Keighley for having us be part of his Summer Games Fest, and thank you to all of you, the millions of people watching out. Millions of people? God, that can't be right. This thing has really grown since it started 10 years ago here in San Francisco. Day of the Devs was an idea from Double Fine Productions and their friends at IM8-Bit to put on a show that really celebrated video games and focused on the fans and the developers and brought them together to meet and celebrate games. It started as a live event here in San Francisco where we had developers showing their games, where people could play them and also listen to music and eat food and drink, and it was really just a festival of amazing creativity and a very inspiring event. And then during the pandemic, it became digital only, and now we're doing both, a live event and a digital showcase, so people from around the world can enjoy all of these amazing games. We had a record number of submissions this year, more people wanting to be part of Day of the Devs than any year previously, and we have more world premieres today than ever before. I'm excited. I hope you're excited, and please, without further ado, enjoy Day of the Devs. Digital Showcase. That would be effects on that. It looks not good.
I'm pleased to introduce a brand new game from a team that is near and dear to my heart. This is from Greg Lobanoff and the team at Wishes Unlimited, who made incredible games like Wander Song and Chicory. Here's their new title, Beastie Ball.
Hi, I'm Greg Lobanov, and I am bouncing off the walls excited to finally tell you what my friends and I have been working on together ever since Chicory came out a couple years ago. Introducing Beastie Ball! Beastie Ball is a turn-based RPG where you coach a team of beasties to play Beastie Ball, which is kind of like volleyball. You play as this customizable coach character, and you can explore this huge open world, recruiting all kinds of beasties to your team. Then you can challenge rival sports teams as you rise your way through the Beastie Ball rankings. Beasties are highly social creatures that evolved to play sports. In their natural wild state, they're constantly playing Beastie Ball to build friendships, to settle disputes, or just to have fun. When beasties play together, they actually become friends with one another. And depending on their personalities and their teamwork style, they can form different kinds of friendships. But whether they become besties or rivals or partners or sweethearts, they'll get some kind of unique combo ability that only that pair of beasties can do, which can turn the tide in a really tough match.
So with this game, we really wanted to emphasize the beasties' agency as living creatures. They're doing their own thing, making their own decisions. They'll only join your team after being convinced by you fulfilling a certain set of conditions while you're playing against them. The goal isn't to collect as many beasties as you can, but to spend time with the ones that you care about and be surprised by the ways that they grow and change, and the bonds that they form with each other. We knew we wanted to create a really wide variety of beasties that each have their own ecological niche and way of playing Beastie Ball. So we're working with a really wonderful bunch of concept artists and spending a lot of time on each design. All the beasties have a range of colors and sizes, and their poses and animations are all hand-drawn, which gives us lots of opportunity to express their personalities and their different ways of moving.
To help give each beastie that personality, we've been doing unique voices for them. Each one can express a range of emotions, and we've had a lot of fun performing that. But it's not all just friendships and rainbows. This game is about sports.
You come from a tiny town built around a nature preserve. You're kind of underdogs until one day when the Beastie Ball League shows up and starts tearing down the preserve to build a stadium. Your only way to stop the construction is to rise all the way to the top of the Beastie Ball League.
Right from the start of your adventure, you'll be able to see all the ranked teams on your map. You decide where to go, who to challenge, and in what order. And every time you defeat a ranked coach, the other ranked coaches become stronger. So no matter which way you go, you'll have a tough and exciting rise to the top.
We're so excited to finally reveal this. It's a really special project for us. And if Beastie Ball looks cool to you too, then please check us out at beastieballgame.com. We're going to be revealing a crowdfunding campaign very, very soon, and we'd love to have your support. Thanks very much. We can't wait to talk to you more about Beastie Ball.
In Hyper Light Breaker, Heart Machine's follow-up title in the Hyper Light universe,
You'll assume the role of a mercenary with some serious skills. You'll be entering the Overgrowth, an amazing open world with everything from lush rolling hills to deep labyrinths. They'll be comprised of both handcrafted and procedural elements, just how I like my levels. Like its predecessor, it'll be chock full of secrets and lore, sure to satisfy even the most curious explorer. You'll face off against enigmatic enemies, armed with an arsenal of weapons that you've crafted with the spoils of your previous battles. And for those die-hard fans that have been eagerly awaiting its release, we have some never-before-seen sneak peeks. This is Hyper Light Breaker.
Hello, I'm Alex, creative director at Heart Machine, and we're making Hyper Light Breaker. Hyper Light Breaker is a huge, stylish, bloody game. As is our MO, it's a game that's vivid but bleak, with a crumbling world that can be brutal and beautiful all at once. It's a major landmark for us, and the first of its kind, an open world game where you never return to the same world twice. You could say it's a mix of incredible open world games like Breath of the Wild, distilled into the format of a roguelike such as Dead Cells or Hades. You can play alone, or with friends cooperatively online. Breaker's narrative will be presented fully through visual storytelling, where you'll discover and decipher the mystery of this world and lost land from long ago. Every world will be different, loaded with dangerous creatures, razor-sharp combat, vast overgrown wilderness, long-dead civilizations, and new discoveries in a mysterious, vibrant, yet horribly ominous atmosphere. Each biome in the world is different, with unique dangers, set pieces, and stories of their own. There will be massive bosses to take down in an open structure, with dangerous, unique, and challenging sub-bosses scattered throughout runs. You'll pick up new gear, make new builds, unlock new characters, upgrade your equipment as you bring back more and more materials from runs. We've learned so much from our previous games, building up amazing tech, and a deep well of knowledge and experience as a team. Breaker is the culmination of all that incredible work, and we're excited to have you experience it for yourself. We'll have a lot more information on the game as we come closer and closer to early access later this year.
And now, in true Day of the Devs fashion, we're traveling halfway around the globe to Transylvania to bring you a game that is not what you expect. From developer Stone Skip and publisher iam8bit Presents, I'm thrilled to bring you a world premiere title that is not only relaxing and enjoyable, it's chill and vibey. Let that anxiety go while you play Simpler Times.
Hi there, welcome. I'm Lara.
And I'm Dragos of Stoneskip Studio. We are a small team from Transylvania, and our mission is to create meaningful interactive experiences. Our first game, Simpler Times, sheds light to the beauty of the ordinary and serves as a place from the past where you can be present.
Simpler Times follows Taina on a heartwarming journey through her memories as she prepares to leave her childhood home.
Man, it's getting pretty full. It's starting to feel like I'm never gonna come back.
We want you to slow down and savor the present moment by immersing you in Taina's world.
It's apple picking season. My favorite.
Through visual storytelling and mindful interactions, you will journey alongside her as she delves into her past and uncovers her authentic self.
With each puzzle, Taina grows closer to adulthood and you'll be there to guide her. From simple activities like picking dried leaves from a plant to more complex ones like building a birdhouse, you'll interact with objects that hold sentimental value for Taina.
I really wish I could take you with me. I'm gonna miss our duets together.
We know the world is getting faster every day. We live in it too. We wanted to create a space where players can take a break, slow down, and enjoy something meaningful. Simpler Times stems from stories we believe need to be told and heard. Inspired by this very place we're now sitting in, the game is a reflection of the physical spaces we spend time in and the memories we hold dear.
I've spent so much time here looking out the window. It's hard to believe that I won't see this view for a while.
We want to build a sense of awareness and appreciation for the world around us, encouraging you to reflect on your own memories and experiences.
Simpler Times is coming soon on PC and other platforms, so make sure to wishlist on Steam and follow us on social media.
Thanks for taking the time to listen. We hope you'll enjoy playing Simpler Times as much as we enjoyed creating it. Bye!
Bye!
It's like childhood is the beach and growing up is the sea. Can I still take all these seashells with me? Can I lock them in a chest with my memories?
This next game is from Sad Owl Studios and Thunderful Publishing. It's a really unique puzzle game built around a camera mechanic where the photos that you take become 3D worlds to explore. This is Viewfinder.
Viewfinder is a difficult game to describe in words, but if you saw it, you'd immediately recognize it.
What is this place?
It is a game that, gives players a lot of freedom.
What's an old photograph doing here?
You can take photos or find photos and then make them into real 3D spaces.
Hang on, did you just shift reality? Sick.
What makes it unique is the central mechanic where you're using a camera and pictures to reshape and reconfigure the world around you in order to solve challenges in creative ways.
It's such a unique experience, and I think everybody is just going to have a different experience of how they play Viewfinder, and that's just a really nice thing to it.
A perfect fit. An elegant solution.
That doesn't look right.
You can rotate reality too!
If I was to compare Viewfinder to other games, I'd say it's like the gameplay of Portal combined with the visual illusions of Superliminal or Antechamber. People have also compared it to The Witness and Manifold Garden and various other first-person puzzle games. It's a puzzle game, but it's very sandboxy and playful and open-ended.
The whole concept of when we started is that when you actually create something, you do destroy a lot of things. And, that's just a very important lesson in creation. Viewfinder is created by different people. And, we have people from all over the world who have such a diverse and interesting cultures.
Each character comes from a different culture. There's a lot of sort of culture-specific props and items and themes who you learn about, mostly through environments and environmental storytelling. And so we've tried to sort of make these special spaces that really represent that character, who they are, what they like to do.
I'm sure you noticed by now, but using film was always Mirren's idea. One of her many passions. Celia was always fond of games.
It's just very important for us to just put in what we know so that the rest of the world could also, have a glimpse of the experiences that we've had.
This must be the next stage. Let's go!
We received a record number of submissions for this Summer Game Fest edition of Day of the Devs, but this next game didn't actually come through that process. We have eyes everywhere, and the curation team is always looking for games. This next one actually came from Twitter because the creator was posting all these amazing GIFs, and we reached out via DM and asked if we could feature the game. So here it is, this beautiful, gorgeous, hand-drawn ghost story called Haunty.
Hello everyone, my name is Leo Dasso, and I'm with Moonloop. Together we're making a game called Haunty. The main mechanic in Haunty is that as a ghost you can haunt things and get access to their abilities. There's a big variety of things that you can haunt in this game. I think you'll have a lot of fun sort of exploring around and seeing what different things you can haunt and the abilities that they give you. Core mechanics resemble very much a twin-stick shooter. However, unlike twin-stick shooters, it focuses less on the high-intensity moments and more on finding creative ways to use the twin-stick paradigm to create fun solutions to the challenges in the game. Haunty follows the story of a ghost in the afterlife, and beyond that it really expands into a lot of ghosts in the afterlife and sort of the stories that they have. The progression and story of Haunty both center around collecting these stars, and the stars have this special ability that they give ghosts access to pieces of their past life that they've left behind. The environments and characters are all carefully crafted with a 2D hand-drawn style, so there's a lot of painstaking frame-by-frame animation work in there. And we have a fantastic soundtrack. So it all sort of comes together to give you this sort of tour through the afterlife, chilled out experience. If this is something you're interested in, be sure to wishlist it. It helps us out a lot.
Our next game is a bit of a blast from the past. It arrived on the scene around 12 years ago, quickly became the talk of the town, and won a handful of awards, including the Seamus McNally Grand Prize at GDC's Independent Games Festival. But then, shortly afterwards, both the game and its creator vanished. That game was Cart Life, a slice-of-life simulation game that put you in the shoes of various street vendors and tasked you with setting up a successful business selling bagels or newspapers. As the story unfolds, you'd soon find yourself making tough choices and trying to balance keeping your business afloat with the needs of your character and their families. It was a truly unique, powerful, and special game, and it's super sad that it's been unplayable now for the better part of a decade. But it gives me great pleasure to tell you that, lovingly restored and better than ever, Cart Life is back.
Hi, I'm Nick Herman. I'm with Ad Hoc Studio, and we're here to show you Cart Life. Cart Life is a retail simulator developed by Richard Hoffmeyer and was originally released in 2013, where it won a bunch of awards at the Independent Games Festival. For a variety of reasons, he ended up pulling it off Steam, but all of us at Ad Hoc are such big fans of Richard's work. Now we're partnering with him to help bring it back. In Cart Life, you can play as 3 different characters in any order. Each have their own unique background and circumstances, but what they all have in common is that they're trying to make it as street vendors. Melanie is a recently divorced mother and has moved back into her family home with her daughter, all the while trying to establish her new coffee cart. Andris is a Ukrainian immigrant who is trying to put down roots in a new town by opening a newspaper stand. And Vinny has big dreams, but never enough money to make it happen. He's hoping that selling his homemade bagels will help turn things around for him. Managing your own cart is not an easy job. Just like in real life, in cart life, your resources are limited. You need to take care of yourself and others, and how you prioritize the needs of your cart against the personal needs of each character will determine the outcome of their stories. The world of cart life is alive and filled with characters who are potential customers that you'll get to know as you try to build your business. There's no right or wrong way to play this game. What players choose to do with the time that they have with each character is entirely up to them. Everyone's experience will be different based on the choices they make, what they prioritize, and even the order in which they choose to play the characters. This release is going to have a bunch of new story content, new art, updated controls and mechanics, and we really look forward to sharing it all with you on PC and console later this year.
The skateboard renaissance has been going on for the last couple years in games, and as we get deeper into the grind revival, things are getting a little more avant-garde and daring. This next one gives you all that Tony Hawk mechanical goodness that you crave, but with a heavy helping of demons and brimstone. This is the world premiere of Hellskate.
Hello, my name is Jordi van den Bussen, also known as Kwobbelkop. I'm the CEO and founder of Phantom Coast, and today I'll be talking about Hellskate.
All right, Anton, first try. Here we go. No! That was a good combo! All right, that's it.
Too slow. Again?
Hellskate takes place in Wertheim. Here you play as Anton Falcon, a skater through and through. All Anton wants to do is skate at Wertheim's fabled beach, even if that means he has to go through the gods and monsters who will do anything to stop him and his skater friends from doing what they love most. The skateboard mechanics are very similar to the arcade-like games such as Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I mean, our lead game designer Steve actually worked on Tony Hawk's Underground.
It started a long time ago, the idea, and the far-off, far-flung land of 2002, I worked on a game called Tony Hawk Underground. And at the time we were working on it, we were thinking, man, this really looks a lot like an RPG or an action RPG. You have all these stats and you're upgrading and all this kind of stuff. It's super cool, super neat, right? But of course, we're bound to Tony Hawk, we're bound to the real pro skaters. It always seemed to me that skate graphics create and imply such an interesting world, but it's not a coherent world that you can visit. So that was one of the motivations behind Hellskate. Hellskate is a skateboarding roguelike game. It fuses together old school skateboarding with the tricks and traversal, manuals, grinds, jumps, balance meters with a roguelite structure.
Just like with other games in the roguelite genre, death is a central mechanic in the game. When you die in a run, thankfully you don't lose everything. You keep your resources which you can use to get permanent upgrades such as tattoos or skateboards, which act as weapons. The combat in our game can be described as a fast-paced skateboard hack and slash. While you have your light and heavy attacks, the core of the gameplay revolves around your skateboarding tricks.
The game should be quite easy for people to pick up and play. It has a combat system which is meant to be very friendly, very forgiving and rewarding, especially at the beginning. And then gradually it teaches you and ramps up the skill of the skateboarding, where you need it, when you need it.
Why did you stop me from skating?
Look at yourself. Your wing, your arm, what do you think happens when that gets to your head?
Thank you for watching this reveal of Hellskate. Wishlisting the game would mean the world to us. Thank you.
In our next game, Henry Halfhead, you play as Half a Head. That's it. That's the game. But it's so much more than that too, because you see, Henry can be many things, can be anything, in fact. He has the curious ability to be able to transform into anything he can reach. Using this peculiar power and perplexing form, you'll live the life of the title character, navigating sandbox situations crafted by Zurich-based developers Lululu Entertainment, and in so doing, maybe ponder the philosophical questions. Who is? How is? What does it mean to be Henry Halfhead?
Welcome! May I introduce you to Henry? Henry's not just anyone. If they're anything, they're, well, everything. Henry can transform into everything in their reach. Yes, everything. And that's how they manage their daily life.
The familiar noise of Henry's alarm clock announces the dawn of a new day, and it will keep ringing until Henry gets up and calms the nervous, quivering machine. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At least half awake, Henry is ready for their morning routine, which they usually start by making their bed. Staying in bed is tempting, but only leads to regret later. Henry knows that if you want to change the world, you have to start off by making your own bed. Completing this simple task in the morning gives Henry a little bit of pride and the feeling of control over their life. With part of the morning routine done, Henry was ready to freshen up. For hours, Henry could sit there, lifting the seat up and down, pretending it was a singing mouth. Not too hot, not too cold. Henry bought a turmeric soap. They didn't know, they just liked the color. It's actually great for their skin. That got all the dirt. Henry should now dry themselves. All clean and dry, Henry is now ready for a proper breakfast. Breakfast with a warm beverage is important, and so is keeping up with the news.
This week. That's all for now. Have a wonderful day.
The best drink Henry can make from beans. The candy of nature, delicious. Well fed and well informed, Henry has to get ready and pack for work. If Henry takes their lunchbox and leaves now, they can catch the 8 o'clock bus.
Double the Henry, double the fun. Play Henry's not-so-ordinary everyday life in co-op mode. Henry, everyday life with a twist.
Our next game is from Jeppe Carlsen, a creator who's perhaps best well known for his work as master puzzle creator on Limbo and Inside. We had the honor of working with him to publish 2 of his solo projects as part of Double Fine Presents, rhythm action platformer 140 and co-op arcade shooter Thoth, 2 of the most fiendishly well-designed and fun puzzle games I've ever played that truly give you a sense for and appreciation of Jeppe's contributions to those Playdead titles. His new game sees him teaming back up with Jakob Schmidt, composer of 140, and applying his trademark puzzle skills to a beautiful, mind-bending adventure game. This is Cocoon.
Hello, I'm Jakob, co-founder and audio director of Geometric Interactive in Copenhagen. I would like to show you what our amazing team has been working on for the last couple of years. Our game, Cocoon. Cocoon is an adventure game with multiple worlds, and each of these worlds are contained within an orb. Let me demonstrate by jumping out of the world which we are currently exploring. Just like that, we are now in a world outside. The orange orb here contains the world we were previously exploring. Let's jump out one more time. We are now in a world even further outside and can explore this world using the orange orb that we picked up. Orbs can be placed on switches to power devices and solve puzzles. And you can even throw them into pipes. You can use the hierarchy of worlds within worlds to solve interesting puzzles. For example, to safely avoid this moving barrier, you simply jump out of the world, let it pass by, and jump back in. Now, Cocoon is not only about exploration and puzzles. Within each world, you have to face a mighty guardian. Here is a first glimpse of one of these encounters. We hope you look forward to exploring the mysterious worlds of Cocoon, releasing later this year on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch.
And now, I'm pleased to bring you a title from French-Canadian developer Impossible. In this relaxing artistic exploration game, you play a painter with a watercolor brush and a whole city to explore. This game is more than appropriate for Day of the Devs Summer Game Fest edition because its title, Été, in French, translates to the word summer.
Hi, my name is Laszlo, and I'm the creative director at Impossible. We are a small Montreal-based indie studio working on our first title, Été. In Été, you see the world through the eyes of a painter, with every surface acting like a blank canvas, just waiting for you to fill it with color. Été means summer in French, because it's set in our French-speaking hometown of Montreal, Canada, as you step into the shoes of a painter who's traveling abroad for, well, the summer. This is a game for people who love pure exploration. You're free to roam open city scenes at your own pace, following your curiosity, getting sidetracked, and discovering secrets along the way. When you fill something with paint, you'll extract its color as droplets of experience, and as you level up, you'll become able to unleash larger splashes of paint that reveal a bigger part of the world at once. You'll also meet plenty of locals, taking part in their lighthearted, everyday anecdotes, and some of them will even commission artworks from you.
Wow.
Using your bike, you can travel quickly back to your apartment and paint those commissions on canvas. That's where your creativity comes into play. At your easel, you can create gorgeous watercolor artworks using anything you've discovered in your expedition so far. Stamps on your canvas can be freely moved, resized, rotated in 3D, and even recolored. The canvas is pretty much your sandbox that lets you put your own spin on commissions. And if you're feeling inspired, you can paint as many creative artworks as you like without any kind of limitation. With hundreds of unlockable stamps at your disposal, and dozens of commissions to inspire you, the only limit really is your imagination. Apart from living your best life as the friendly neighborhood painter, you'll also get to meet other like-minded artists, like Marianne, an ambitious photographer, and Theo, a talented musician, among many others. If you manage to befriend them, maybe they'll let you in on their best-kept secret, an abandoned building that could become your very own painting studio. But you'll have to dive into that story for yourself. It is coming out in 2024, and we hope you'll enjoy your adventures as a traveling painter in this lovingly crafted, whimsical summer world.
Hi everybody, how are you liking the show so far? This is the time where we take a brief break to talk about the long and complicated process by which we accept games into the nominating committee and all the legal ramifications and the technical rules that go with the accounting of the...
Tim, sorry. I thought that, I thought I was doing something here too. All right. Hey, Kelly from Indie Mega Booth here with a very exciting announcement. We're back. Woo! If you're a fan of indie games, you may have seen the Indie Mega Booth at shows like PAX West and PAX East over the last decade, bringing together a curated selection of the best up-and-coming indie titles. Games like Crypta the Necrodancer, Tunic, Disco Elysium, Spiritfarer, Celeste, Mini Metro, Astroneer, The Stanley Parable, and Papers, Please have all been part of the Indie Mega Booth community. If you're a dev, you'll likely know us from our industry work, such as our GDC showcases, our presence at Bit Summit, our global outreach and events, including a robust scholarship and grant program. And if you've never heard of any of this, well, that's fine. Just think of us as like a stepping stone into the games industry, where folks who love indie games can connect with each other, discover new games, and be part of a welcoming, diverse, broad, creative community. Indie Mega Booth has been in hibernation during the pandemic, but we are so excited to announce that we're finally waking up from our big long slumber, and we're ready to move forward with IMB 2.0. Head on over to our brand new website, indiemegabooth.com, and be Indie Know by signing up for our newsletter. Learn about new games, upcoming showcases, digital sales, and the best ways to help support the games and developers that you know and love. As we've always said, individually we're tiny, together we're mega.
We have another world premiere for y'all, and it's also really thematically appropriate for this showcase. You'll see why in a second. It's from the aesthetically amazing studio called Land and Sea. They're famous for the Alto series that you know and love, but this next one is not what you're expecting from them. It'll be herding your way. It'll be flocking your way. No, I like herding. It'll be herding your way next year. It's called Summerhill. It's about sheep.
Hi there, my name is Harry Nesbitt, and I'm the founder and creative director of Land and Sea. We're a small team from the UK, best known as the developers of the Alto's Adventure series. Now, over the last few years, we've been busy growing the team and laying the groundwork for our most ambitious project yet. It's an entirely new IP that aims to build on the themes that we care about most as a studio. And we're super excited to be able to share this exclusive first teaser with you today. So please take a look, and I'll be back at the end to tell you more. We hope you enjoyed this first look at our brand new game, Summerhill. To give you a little bit more detail, Summerhill is a story-driven puzzle game in which you play as a young shepherd and their dog. Together you'll be setting out to rescue your lost flock that have been scattered across the mysterious land that lies at the border of your home. Summerhill brings together gentle problem solving, fluid herding-based gameplay, and striking pastoral landscapes to tell a timeless coming-of-age folktale. As a team, we've been massively inspired by the rich history and cultural impact of sheep herding across the world. There are a few people or places that haven't been impacted in some small way by the practice of shepherding. Even the name, Summerhill, is a name often given to highland pastures where sheep are taken to graze during the warmest months of the year. In many ways, sheep herding is in our DNA, and we really want to do justice to this timeless tradition and tell a story that could only be told in this way. We're also super excited to be working again with our longtime collaborator, Todd Baker. Todd is a composer and audio designer best known for his work on games such as Monument Valley 2, Dreams, and our very own Alto's Odyssey. We can't wait to share more with you, so if you'd like to be the first to hear about what we're up to, please head over to our Steam page to wishlist the game, or go to summerhill.game to join our mailing list. Thanks again, and we look forward to sharing more with you again soon.
Next up, we have an update on Eternites. This is from Studio Psy, essentially a one-person team with a few friends helping out on the side. And it's a dating action game. Now, you've heard a lot about this title.
Sorry.
What's happening?
I'm sorry, Greg. I know I shouldn't be interrupting Day of the Devs. But it's urgent. A virus has turned most of us into... I don't know how much longer we can hold out. It won't be easy, and the road will be long, but who knows? Maybe we'll find one more thing worth fighting for. Eternites is a dating action game that takes adrenaline-fueled combat and mixes it together with a heartfelt love story. Can I be honest for a moment? Sometimes, with all these infected, it's too much. And it's during these moments that I'm happy to have someone to lean on. Fighting for our lives, solving puzzles, exploring dungeons. It all seems easier when you have someone special by your side to make things less scary. So, what now? Did you just shush me? Because the teacher might hear us. Hey. Have you ever passed a note to your crush? I mean, or you can just fight for friendship. That's cool and not...
Wow, we are so cheesy.
Minigames! We have so many minigames that can help you unlock unique skills and spells in battle. So yeah, you can fight monsters, explore dungeons, date? I mean, so many things like train, scavenge, date. Did I say date twice? Anyway, you have to manage and balance all these activities if you want to save the world. The clock is ticking. Okay, cool. Bye!
Wishlist now.
Next up, from Italian-Icelandic developer Evil Licorice, comes a nostalgia-fueled gadget-building sim that demystifies electronics engineering and allows you to share your creations with the community.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Bancale from Evil Licorice, and I'm one of the designers of Retro Gadgets. Although it takes me forever to build something like this, I love the feeling of seeing something happening on a screen like this one when I rotate the knob or I press the buttons. And this is where the idea for Retro Gadgets comes from, is to being able to build digital gadgets with little effort. We love Pico 8 by Lexaloff because it brings you this retro environment where you can build your own games in Lua. And we also love Shenzhen.io by Zachtronics because it managed to teach you low-level programming effortlessly. And Retro Gadgets tries to take the best of both worlds and adds a layer of hardware building and customization. All this is packaged in a cozy and retro-inspired environment. We have a fantastic community and people have been creating insane gadgets that go well beyond our initial expectations. So please join our Discord server and check them out. Retro Gadgets is in early access on Steam and we have big plans in store. Bye.
If you've ever watched the Mars Curiosity rover on one of its missions, you very well may have become fascinated by one of the hyper-specific contraptions and gadgets it keeps on board to measure soil samples and hunt for traces of water. Our next game poses a very important question though. Sure, Curiosity can tell us the weather on a planet millions of miles away, but can it deliver a pizza? In Mars First Logistics from Shape Shop, you'll be given the task of carrying awkwardly shaped objects from point A to point B by assembling and piloting your very own Mars rovers. And in doing so, perhaps you will solve the pepperoni-based problems that truly matter.
Hello, I'm Ian McClarty from Shape Shop. We're a small team based in Melbourne, Australia, and we're making this game, Mars First Logistics. In Mars First Logistics, you'll be helping to establish a colony on the surface of Mars. You'll do this by transporting often awkwardly shaped objects between A and B, using vehicles that you design and build yourself. As you complete deliveries, the game will give you new toys to play with. The game is set in a vast open world, and you're free to pick and choose which jobs you'd like to take on. There's a mix of procedurally generated side jobs and handcrafted main contracts. In the main contracts, you'll be helping to construct new buildings in the game's world. One of the main challenges in the game is figuring out how to pick up each item and deliver it safely to its destination using the parts that you have available. And as you build up your collection of parts, more creative options will become available to you. And I think a lot of the fun in the game is just messing around and being creative in its editor. And finally, I'm really excited to announce that Mars First Logistics will be launching into Steam Early Access on the 22nd of June. That's just 2 weeks away, and we're really looking forward to seeing what everyone builds in the game. Thank you.
You'd think the aftermath of a worldwide flood would be pretty bleak, right? Well, UK and Denmark-based studio Die Gute Fabrik has a different take. From the studio that brought you Mutazione and Sports Friends comes the all-new adventure set in the sprawling post-flood world of Salt Sea. The adventure unfolds differently with every decision, so there's always something new to see in your next playthrough. So buckle your swashes and get ready for the world premiere of the stylish, seaworthy Salt Sea Chronicles.
Hello. We are Die Gute Fabrik. I'm Hannah Nicklin from Die Gute Fabrik, and we made Salt Sea Chronicles. We're super stoked to show you the world premiere of Salt Sea Chronicles today. It's a flooded world, story-driven adventure game where you play as a ship's whole crew. At the beginning of the game, you're going to discover that Maya, your captain, has gone missing, and together your ragtag crew are going to heist a ship and set out across the Salt Sea archipelago in search of clues. In each chapter of the game, you'll decide where to head next, who to explore with from the crew when you get there, and what to say to the people that you meet along the way. Salt Sea Chronicles' unique art style is brought to life by beautiful animation, and each location is built on the fragments of this world that came before. Our art team have really done an incredible job. One of my favourite locations is called Los Gatos, and on that island, the people there live symbiotically with this community of cats. As you explore, you'll find a brand new trick-taking card game designed especially for the world of Salt Sea. It's a really good way to sort of take a break from the story. It's called Spoils, and you can play it all over the archipelago, and you might discover how each community has slightly different house rules. Another thing we're super proud of is our exploration system. So we're sort of done away with the walk of shame in adventure games. So if you miss a clue, instead of sort of slowly traipsing to the other end of the island, you're just going to tap the shoulder button on your controller or select a screen span arrow to move almost instantaneously across a space. It allows us to lay the story down away from a linear path much more organically. Salt Sea Chronicles doesn't tell a story about a hero. It's a story about a community and how you navigate the world together. And each community that you meet in turn is going to be rich and amusing and strange maybe, and have its own things going on. There's also a strong sense of genre-based storytelling too. So while you might be new to the world of Salt Sea, you'll know that you're in a Scooby-Doo chapter or a Romeo and Juliet chapter or a detective one. There are plenty of laughs, but tough choices and meaningful moments too. Our writer's room of award-winning storytellers have done an incredible job. We're so delighted to share Saltsea Chronicles with you all today, and I can't wait for you to explore the rich world, get to know the wonderful characters, and to hear what paths you chart when you play.
All right, this next game, sorry. Tim keeps texting. Let's see. Oh, Tim wants me to read something. Apologies, but this seems important. The thing I love most about Day of the Devs, says Tim, as Tim, I don't know, is getting to know all these amazing game developers. I love hearing them describe their games and their creative process, but I wish I could hear more. I wish I could be a fly on the wall, eavesdropping all their private conversations, all their ups and downs, their triumphs and tribulations, while making a real video game over the course of 7 years. Too bad there's no way to do it. Or is there? This is actually pretty cool. Two-Player Productions was embedded with Double Fine for the course of 7 years while they were making Psychonauts 2, and they made a super hyper-duper long documentary series unlike anything you've ever seen in games. All the intimacy, all the tears, the outrage and joys, and all the things that happen in game development that never really gets documented because who has access like this? So here's a very quick sneak peek at their incredibly long series. We highly encourage you to watch this thing. It's amazing.
So what's next?
Psychonauts 2. To get to the dollar amount we're talking about, it's probably going to take financing from a lot of different avenues. Whenever Grasslands is going to start, Tim's just going to start taking our people.
So there's a ton of stuff going on right now. It's kind of breaking me. But you know, it's fun. It'll be really rewarding when it's done.
Hopefully you get a chance to work on a Psychonauts game in the near future. Thank you for helping us bring back Psychonauts. Thank you. 3, 2, 1.
To submit your game for future Day of the Devs, or to just hear about Day of the Devs in general, go to dayofthedevs.com for more info.
Thank you to all the incredible sponsors that have been with us since the very beginnings of Day of the Devs. We're going on 11 years. We could not pay for any of this without these sponsors. They donate to us, ask for nothing in return except a showcase of incredible games from indie devs all around the world. So please, applause for all the cool logos on the screen. We appreciate you. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you. Thank you again to the incomparable Dose One. He's been supplying the beats for all the transitions between all these amazing games ever since we started doing these digital showcases for Day of the Devs. Thank you again. You're a hero amongst heroes. Go check out his music. It's amazing. Hell, Dose One is incredible. Thank you for watching Day of the Devs yet again. If you're looking for more information or you just want to subscribe to the coolest newsletter in all the land, go to dayofthedevs.com. The URL on your screen. Follow us on social media. We got more coming up this year. Thank you to our friend Geoff Keighley. The Summer Game Fest showcase was amazing. We're so happy to be a part of Summer Game Fest for these last many years. Definitely stick around. We're not completely done yet. We have a musical performance featuring the sounds of New Caledonia, thanks to our friends who made the game Chia. It's worth it. It's really cool. Happening right now.
Karmazu is a joyful cooperative platformer where up to 10 random players team up and must combine the abilities of 50 different characters to win and complete a loop. Throw yourself on a spike and lay down an adorable little tombstone. Karmazu is about helping people, working together, and finding bliss in cooperation, even when things go wrong.
Me? I'm mad.
Hey everybody, this is James Mountain, Community Manager here at Grasshopper Manufacturer, and today for our 25th anniversary...
So when do I get to light up some demons?
Hey, what the hell, man? Hey, what the fuck?
Bullet train is here, hell monkey, and maybe I will blow your head off nicely.
No.
Hey, every demon has the right to pick the music for his own funeral. I do love a party.
Demon Hunter, your bullets have no bite, no penetration.
It's me, your old pal Volvi, your favorite video game character. Remember me? I'm back. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play!
For generations of gamers, this is where it all began. The cultural icon of the gaming industry. More influential than any pop star or politician. The most famous video game mascot of all time. Devolver Digital's very own Volvi. You know him as the star of all your favorite Devolver games. But where did Volvi come from? Many years ago, Devolver Digital hired little-known designer Ronathan Trotfield and tasked him with creating a character that could rival the big names of the day.
You have to remember, we were trying to compete with the heavy hitters. Bonk, Gex, Awesome Possum, Arrow the Acrobat. And this was no small task.
Yeah, we spent a few years on it, but... to be honest, I don't really remember drawing it.
I remember Ronathan showing us that final design. It was a beautiful moment.
That face, those smart brown shoes, and of course, the masterstroke, his one big hand.
For gaming?
I'd just never seen a character with a hand that big. We knew straight away we had something special.
Volvi was introduced to the world in his first solo game, Field Run, which went on to become a cult hit.
We were seeing the sales numbers going up and up. We couldn't believe it. The demand for the character was insane.
I think it's supposed to be a rat.
And so Volvi went on to star in a string of hit Devolver titles. Hotline Miami,
Volvi.
Cult of the Lamb, Grease from Nomada, Ape Out, My Friend Pedro, Piku Niku, Enter the Gungeon. The list goes on and on. Volvi's popularity had skyrocketed. He was an icon, not just for video games, but pop culture in general.
The Volvi merchandise was flying off the shelves. I'm talking clothing, toys, and even a range of what we called legally edible snack foods.
Volvi's Mystery Bites! Can you solve the riddle? Join Volvi and try to figure out what's in your mouth!
They're confusing to taste.
But tastes and trends are fickle. And as the years went by, kids began to want different things from their video game mascots.
We saw the way the market was changing, and we made the difficult decision to part ways with Ronathan. We had no choice. We needed to keep Volvi relevant.
It's Volvi 2.0 in the new game from Devolver Digital. Cigarette Heist!
We lost the big cheeky smile.
I don't need your permission to eat a meat burger.
Even the big hand for gaming. In favor of something with more attitude.
Guess what? I have an earache, and I don't care. It's graffiti time.
Looking back on it, maybe we went too far.
Volvi 2.0 performed poorly, and the character began a slow but steady decline.
So, we made the decision to quietly discontinue the Volvi franchise.
It felt like I was losing a family member. Well, a distant family member, but it was still quite horrible.
And, nobody's seen him since.
Until now. Good evening, and thank you all for coming to a very, very special night. I'm your host, Chris Jake, and you heard it right, folks. I am so proud to present the launch event for the reboot, rebirth, and return of the world's greatest video game mascot, Volvi! Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, settle down, please, because it gets even better. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Volvi's original creator, Ronathan Trotfield! Come on, Ron! Yes! Wow! Oh my goodness, Ron, what a moment. You are looking fantastic. Please tell me, bro, how do you feel right now on this momentous day?
Very nice.
Wow, that is beautiful. That is amazing. And I, for one, cannot wait to see what you and the team at Devolver have come up with. So, what do you say? You want to see him? Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I present to you the new and improved Volve-E! Wow. Oh my God, he is back. Incredible. But how does he work?
I'm glad you asked, Chris. Well, we've taken the heart and soul of what made Ronathan's character so lovable, but we've given him a very important new update. With the latest advances in both biotech and machine learning, Volve-E fuses the DNA of a real vole with today's most powerful AI technology.
That's impressive, yeah.
In short, Volve-E can instantly generate brand new, fully playable games based on simple prompts by the player.
Simple prompts, you say?
That's right. The consumer no longer has to wait for a bunch of slow programmers and stinky developers to be inspired. No, they can use Volve-E to play what they want, when they want. Here, let me show you. Hey there, Volve-E. Generate a game for me. How about one that, oh, I don't know, is a cooperative survival sandbox, but with wizards?
Listen, and I'll tell you a tale. There they stood, the six alone, the hunter, the maker, and the wild swamp zone, the young chief rising and a weaver of bone. Remember, the gate was thrown wide, the horror inside, the riders drew iron, there was nowhere to hide. Before it was done, our heroes, yes, everyone, they fell and died. It's up to you now, kid.
incredible. So wait a minute. Are you saying that game was entirely generated by Valve E? No one had to spend any time or effort making it?
Correct. There was no real creative process at all. Just Valve E and his wonderful machine learning. Oh, no, well, that's a good question, actually. Well, each prompt and game idea has to be digested by Valve E's powerful system, and so inevitably there are some waste byproducts.
So back to the games. Do you mean to say that anyone can give Valve a prompt? Even, I don't know, me?
Sure, Chris. See for yourself.
Oh, okay. I'm nervous now. Hi, Valve. Chris Jake. I'm a huge fan of the Talos principle, so I'd like to see something like that, but with new puzzles, a grander story, and big, beautiful worlds to roam around. Oh, and I'd like to see that gameplay right about now.
I can't help but notice that many of these structures are not strictly functional. There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here. This place might be meant to test us, but perhaps there's more to it than that. What are we being tested for? Our worth? Curiosity? Our persistence? And I keep thinking, why puzzles? Is it just their symbolic value? Because the thing about puzzles is that they can be solved.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Now that looks like the kind of game I could really spend my disposable income on. Thanks, Balby.
Yes. And what happened to his big hand?
And the best part is that to create a game with Valve E, you don't need any game experience or any of that tech stuff. Who here hasn't dreamt of creating their own game?
I have.
Right?
I have.
You there? Yes! You have a game idea? Yeah, come on up here.
Come on.
All right. Okay, all right. Well, ow, and okay. Oh, no, be careful, be careful. No, please, be careful.
Oh, sorry, it's just, I'm such a big fan. I've been playing with Valve ever since I was a kid.
All right. So, do you have a game idea you'd like Valve E to generate?
Okay, how about a super weird walking simulator where you control the character's legs independently from his body? Maybe there's some guys in horses' heads and possibly there's even a mountain?
Right.
But let's see, Valvy, what could you rustle us up?
Don't touch me.
Nate! Nate!
Nate! Nate, buddy, family meeting, let's go.
Are you bringing him food again?
Not
We
right now.
talked about this.
Not right now.
You are
okay?
literally killing him with these pizzas.
You just want to throw him out on the street.
No,
Is that what you
I,
want?
no, he's
You
35.
want him to live on the
I
street?
want him to have some kind of discipline. Nate, if you can hear my voice, I want you to come up here. We're having a family meeting.
What the hell?
Oh, can you not?
It's just I didn't.
Yeah, let's go back in time to when you didn't.
No, I was just trying to catch it with my. Sorry,
With your
just
foot,
using my.
yeah, you tried to catch it.
I saw it was starting to go, and I just tried to.
You just kicked. You thought I'll give it a good kick
No,
to counteract the fall.
Yeah, I was just trying to steady it. I might be over.
Yeah, you might. You might have.
I
Yeah,
over.
You might have oversteadied
Yeah,
it.
no, it was just a little oversteadied.
Well, it's not steady now.
No, well.
See you later.
So,
Wanker.
Yeah.
Property, and you still have to buy it. Okay, give her a big hand. Brilliant.
So what happens if we bring a pro into this? Let's give Valvi something really special here.
What's up, guys? Hey, yo! Hey, how we doing? Guys, I am watching live, and can I just say, what you were doing out there, incredible. I could not be more excited to be part of whatever this is.
And thank you. We're all massive fans of your influencing. What sort of prompt would you like to give Valve E here?
Okay, try this, Volvi. A much anticipated sequel to a hilarious online co-op game. Just more gameplay, more levels, just better all around.
Okay, Valve, show 'em what you got. Human Fall Flat 2. I know I'd love to get my hands on a copy of that. Who wouldn't, right? Yeah, come on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that you have all met the new and improved Valve E, it's time for him to meet with you as we connect him to Devolver's global network of gamers.
Yeah, that's right, come on!
Once connected, his powerful technology will be an open source tool free for us all to use.
Wow, that is generous.
Here we go! Woo! Slight technical hit.
Hey, kids! Get 50% off all your favorite Volvi merchandise right now! Buy it now! A Division Devolver! Buy it now!